Call this meeting to order. Ask you please to rise for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge of the flag.
Dear Father, we thank you for this opportunity and time to be here today, that we can do the business of the people. We pray that you will give us wisdom and help us make the right decisions for all of our citizens. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You got a cell phone on, turn it off, please, or mute it. Where I can't hear it. Better do the same. First item, consideration of a resolution to approve the agenda, please.
I'll second.
Motion and second to approve the agenda as written. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the minutes of the May 20th, 2014. There's a retirement workshop, there's a budget workshop, and the commission meeting minutes. If no one has any corrections to any of those, we'll approve them in bulk. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve all three of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. I'm going to ask that public comments be limited, please, to the items on our agenda only. And it should be noted the documents from this meeting, as are all of our meetings, are located in the clerk's office and on the Board of Commissioners website. Next item is our consent agenda. It is long, so bear with me as I read over this, please. First item, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Countryside Baptist Church for conditional use to operate a daycare on the property of the church located at 1201 Knowles C. Conaway Road, map number 375, parcel number 4 in the 1st District. Item number 2, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Tracy Tipton for a variance from section 3.3.1 accessory buildings to reduce the setback for a boat carport located at 117 Hawthorne Drive, map number 418D, parcel number 47 in the 2nd District. Item number 3, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by D.R. Horton Incorporated to rezone 360 acres from PD to PD to amend the master plan to reduce lot sizes located off of Highway 30, map number 419, parcel number 2 in the 2nd District. Item number 4, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Bartow Orendorf to rezone 7.05 acres from AR2 to AR1, located at 3760 Knowles C. Conaway Road, map number 436, parcel number 70 in the 2nd District. Item number 5, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Dennis and Tina Ansel to rezone 1 acre located at 4022 Riverside Drive from AR1 to AR2, map number 224, parcel number 7 in the 3rd District. Item number 6, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Judy Wheeler for a conditional use to allow for a family cemetery located at 393 Reedsville Road, map number 421, parcel number 31 in the 3rd District. Item number 7, consideration to approve the second reading on an application by Faye Lancaster to rezone 1.07 acres from AR1 to AR2, located on Mock Road, map number 409, parcel number 59 in the 4th District. Item number 8, consideration to approve the anticipated collections addendum from non-federal sources for the SAVE program. Item number 9, consideration to renew the memorandum of understanding with the Effingham County Board of Education for the use of schools as disaster shelters. Item number 10, consideration to renew the memorandum of understanding with the Georgia Forestry Commission for antenna receiver space on the county tower located at the transfer site on Courthouse Road. Item number 11, consideration to renew the current rental agreement with the Department of Juvenile Justice for office space. Item number 12, consideration to renew the agreement with Moreland Altobelli Associates Incorporated for on-call right-of-way services. Item number 13, consideration to renew the memorandum of understanding with the Georgia Department of Public Safety for antenna receiver space on the county tower located at the transfer site on Courthouse Road. Item number 14, consideration to renew the cooperative agreement with the Georgia Forestry Commission. Item number 15, consideration to renew a rental agreement with Concerted Services Incorporated. Item number 16, consideration to renew the lease agreement with Omniflight Helicopters, DBA Rescue Air Lifestar. And item number 17, consideration to renew the Fire Protection Services agreement with the City of Newington. That completes the consent agenda item. I will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion and second to approve the items as stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. First item of old business. Consideration to approve the first reading of the fiscal year 2014-2015 budget. Who wants to talk? Everybody.
As you know, at our last meeting, we went through the proposed budget along with some changes to that budget. And so for those who have not been here on the first review, we'll go through the presentation. We wanted to make sure that when we did our budget,
You need to get that mic down, please. Thank you. That's better.
When we went through the budget, we had a lot of considerations and assumptions that we had to make. We wanted to make sure that we created a fiscally responsible and balanced budget using our current rollback rate to ensure that we accounted for our service delivery agreements, to look and examine the increased departmental efficiencies that perhaps were there or could be consolidated, that we maintain levels of service to the residents and to the citizens. We wanted to leverage the use of existing revenues provided for capital where possible. We wanted to use revenues received in the prior year from the sale of assets. And in this instance, we're proposing that when those purchases are acknowledged, that we will use that fund balance or the revenues received in the current year to do that. We wanted to control the contingency funds within the budget, and as such, for the last few years, we have budgeted those within Department 15 underneath the board's control. We included non-designated capital funds and the general fund from which to allocate for existing needs. The goals for the final budget were to present this board with a balanced budget to meet or exceed the budget assumptions that we have used while preparing them, and to continue to provide the quality service here in Effingham County. Our budget challenges, as with every year, are sometimes vast to hold the budget and yet provide the services that are necessary. The property tax digest levels created no significant changes in revenues due to state mandated rollback. Increase in consumer prices alone within our purchasing items had to be dealt with. Determining what our lost revenue receipts would be after the renegotiation of our lost. And determination of our user base fees, which we have already passed and solidified. We have an aging fleet and aging infrastructure we have to address. And balancing those needs with the growth of population and existing revenues. In our first proposed draft of the budget, our first proposed draft is $27,328,526.70. At our last discussion, we discussed several different changes to that budget and came up with some additional reductions. Those reductions brought us to $27,082,526, and those included changing our emergency hire, reducing travel and memberships, janitorial savings, grants used instead of actual capital purchases, and we had some program withdrawals that we withdrew revenue and withdrew the expense for. We were able to reduce the transfers needed by $150,000 to bring us to the $27,082,526. This particular screen is simply a representation of what we adopted in 2013, 2014, what was requested in 2015, our first proposed for the $27,082,617. That is a difference right now of $251,946.74 over our prior year. This slide simply represents the past few years as far as our personnel purchases, supplies, capital, and our transfers. And as you can see, the overall increase is a 0.94%. Some of the fundamental facts within our general fund was we started off with an addition of $497,000, though we were balanced. Our first set of revisions brought us down to about $251,000 over the prior year. Our major changes within the first draft were that we had added an addition of $361,000 in capital, of which $100,000 right now is reserved in Department 15 for use upon your review. The majority of the additional funds were in personnel funds, 306,917, and that included election workers and for public safety increases. We were able to pull together about $183,000 in various cuts throughout the departments. The millage itself is one of the pieces that plays a part in setting this budget. Our current anticipated millage rate is 8.427. That is the rollback rate. We are currently at 8.558. That should bring in the same receipts as the prior year. There have been some slight increases in the digest, and that's what's affecting that rollback rate. As far as personnel changes, there is no COLA, there is no merit in the proposed budget. The first draft and set of changes was $318,000 in personnel. The first revision is down to 306 as far as increases in personnel. There's increases again had to do with elections, sheriff's office, jail, and 911. We are still reviewing, however, the jail staffing to see what is needed there, and there may be some increases that are needed down the road. We are analyzing prison inmate levels, and in doing so, we're looking at what those levels are as far as the revenue that we receive in versus the expenditures for those levels, and that's still in process. There is no proposed increase in the budget for healthcare cost. Historically, we've been able to adjust the plan and negotiate with our healthcare provider to cover those increases. As far as the personnel overhead, as we went over this last time, there was 69,000 in election workers, a reduction in jail staff, in prison staff of 504, the sheriff in moving one of the IT personnel for the new jail, adding 2 new deputies and an arson investigator was $197,532. We reduced, of course, the IT budget, moving that into the sheriff's budget. The jail showed an increase of $604,491, along with EMS. We have added personnel there to try to keep from adding an additional truck at this point. That person would work with Wanda McDuffie to try and run some of the calls so that we don't have to add in the truck and the additional expense. We were able to reduce the part-time person staff within animal control, and that saved us about $16,000. There is a statutory increase for elected officials. We have not been able to ascertain exactly what that is, but we have included about $17,000 in the budget for that. As far as our capital, again, we proposed $361,000 this year in capital. Of that, $193,000 is in the sheriff's office. $156,000 of that is the vehicles that have already been included. We have $75,000 in the roads department, along with $100,000 within the general government, and $8,000 within the department of the jail. This particular slide is just an overview of where those funds are spent. 68% of our costs are within personnel. Second to that is our purchases at 14%, and then our supplies at 12%. This is just a historical trend of where these costs are, as far as our judicial courts, general government, public safety, healthcare, and welfare, development, and then of course our miscellaneous expenditures. As you can see, our major cost is within public safety. This particular slide just shows it in a little bit different way. It shows the breakout of the individual pieces, with public safety being at $12,239,650. Our general government part of that is $3,930,601. Our judicial is $2,976,948. Health and welfare is $5,119,204. Development, $1,896,198. And others with transfers are right at about $1 million. For those who like graphs and historical trends and information, this simply represents our general fund budget, our actual expenditures, our actual revenue, and our proposed graphs. As you can see, the first graph has come down from the original amount of $27,329,000 to $27,083,000. This particular graph simply pulls for you where our revenue is coming from. We have about $6,333,000 in functional revenues that we anticipate receiving. Property tax and prior property tax makes up about $15 million. Lost is 5.7, along with other miscellaneous revenues of $491,937.71. We anticipate that will return to fund balance about $233,000. Property tax revenue projection, as you can see, this is a historical trend. The increase, though, that you see in this particular budget slide, it does show a slight increase, but that is a budgeting, not a taxpayer paid. And by that I mean we used to reserve more funds. Currently what we're showing is all available funds within this budget. And we'll see that we're returning $233,000 back to our fund balance. So our overall revenue, 55% of that is made up of property tax. Projected loss revenue this year, we estimate it to be about 5.7, about 21% of our general fund budget. General fund revenue sources, this is just another way to look at that as far as a slice and where these revenue funds are coming from. Historically, our millage rates have come down, I believe, for the last 5 years. We have historically rolled back, and several of those years you will see that this board actually went below the rollback rate. The current one is 8.427. Regarding our special funds are enterprise funds, and specifically designated revenue funds. They sometimes are legally restricted, but they will include things like sanitation, zoning, inspections, and fire. We are using a project lead budget to do our SPLOST projects. We have tailored that with our short-term work program so that those two are congruent. Now, our special funds overview as far as personnel, we believe in sanitation that we will be moving and splitting time there, which will be about an increase of 50,000. Our dry waste, we have reduced those part-time hours, reducing the overall budget by about 17,000. We have added within fire 3 additional firefighters and an arson part-time split between the sheriff's office and the fire department, the arson investigator, for 197,000. 911, we have added 2 communication officers at a cost of about 83,000. Again, we have moved out of the wastewater treatment, the splitting of that time, which you'll see back up in sanitation. And then we have reduced the code enforcement officers to a part-time, reducing the overall budgets by about 16,000. This particular slide simply gives you a representation regarding our special tax district. As you know, we place our insurance proceeds, our franchise and bills into this particular fund. We then transfer out for our senior citizens activities, our fire, our water and sewer, and development. And total, we believe we will receive in a little over $3 million. We will be using part of fund balance in this particular year to fund those additional transfers. This is one of those slides that's very busy. But at the same point in time, it's important for y'all to understand our special funds, and especially our SPLOST. The representation here is the budget that we actually have in each one of those areas over the next 5 years, where our current expenditures have been for the last 2 years, where we anticipate those funds coming from. The long and short of it is that right now we have about $13 million on hand. We anticipate receiving another 12.5, and the difference that we have in what we have in our short-term work grant program and SPLOST versus what we believe in anticipated funds is about $347,000. On an individual basis, as we say, no. On our special funds consist, of course, of sanitation, the landfill, the 911 center, federal drug, our fire department, wastewater, water and sewer, our date fund, our state drug combination account, inspections and zoning, and senior citizens activity. In this particular slide, we're simply representing the budget, our projected revenues, and where we are transferring funds in and out to meet those budget needs. As far as further points and considerations, these were some of the things that we felt like that we needed to go through on an individual basis to ensure that the board was informed.
As we discussed last time, the board needs to, I guess, make a decision on the hospital. I have pulled additional information to the best of my ability. It is still extremely unclear to me whether we actually agreed to 2 mills or whether it's up to 2 mills to generate $3.6 million. But we'll have to determine that. Obviously, we leave the millage where it is. It will be a tax increase because the digest has grown slightly. fire budgets, we still have to actually set a budget as to what those fire fees will be for the next year. We will do that at a meeting coming up soon. We had some discussion on that last time. It appears that, for the most part, what I got was leave them where they're at, and we'll adjust them once all the changes have been done with that department. Short-term work program rework, you all should have gotten a copy of that last time too. We've reworked it, the numbers were in that slide. As currently stated in a $36 million overall project scheme, and we're $347,000 shy. Obviously, that's rebalanced every time we do a project, so throughout the next $36 million, we need to find $347 in there. And quite frankly, frequently we try to over budget. We do, with positive funds coming back at the end of the project. Health insurance, we discussed that. There is no proposed increases within the budget. We feel like historically we have been able to either negotiate that, and if we are unsuccessful, there are still things that we can do within the employee side of changing deductibles or percentages that are paid towards an individual's health care, those sorts of things. Adoption of millage, it is my understanding that the Board of Education will not adopt theirs until June the 19th. We cannot do ours until they do, so sometime after the 19th, we will have to have a special call meeting to actually adopt the millage.
Between June 19th and June 30th, right?
Yes, ma'am. Preferably closer to the 19th, so because it has to then be ran up to Atlanta. And then we just talk about fire fees and sanitation. We don't believe there's any increases necessary, so it looks like we would propose y'all to leave those both where they are until after changes are made with the fire department, and we can discuss that.
What's the hospital rollback?
We haven't gotten that yet from the tax assessor's office. I have called several times to try and get an update. I think she was out of town one time, and then I called them today, and I just haven't been able to.
I think they're still working on our rollback period. They're still putting the books together and everything, so.
So you're wanting us to vote tonight on that, is that right?
On what?
On including the hospital millage? Are you not wanting us to vote on it tonight?
No, that will be at the millage hearing.
After the 19th, whatever that meeting date is, the board decides after the 19th. Is when we'll need to make that decision.
You'll have the proposed.
Rollback, yes.
That's correct.
We'll get to in a moment some other things that we looked at as far as other ways that we can make cuts and that we consider. At this point, I'll go over and this is certainly not a list of everything. This is what I know about today that has been asked on the budget. Commissioner Loper called earlier and had a few questions in Department 15. We show an increase of one full-time and one part-time position. What that is, you may recall, prior to the adoption of the last budget, we had a person that was working in Department 11 that's now been transferred over to 15 in purchasing. So it's just reflecting that change. That's something that happened last year, or just after that budget was adopted last year.
I looked that up after I talked to you.
I don't have the numbers memorized. What is Department 15?
15 is general government, 11 is commissioners.
You just go swap.
Correct. And I just don't want to call names, but we all know who it is. I mean, so they moved from 11 to 15. That's why there's a new body in there after the budget. We're not asking for an additional person to come in after July.
It's a swap. Right.
The part-time position was one that the solicitor asked for, an internship. And rather than including that money in their budget, we just put it in 15 like we budget pool hours. But rather than taking it out of the pool hours, we listed it separately. And that'll show up on your personnel sheets. So it was 100 and some hours, I think it was summer internship, but that's what the part-time position is. The other question that was asked in your budget, it's on page I-4, there's in the introduction section, there's what appears to be a staffing organizational chart that shows some what appeared to be additional positions added in there. What this chart was intended to represent was not necessarily a staff organization, but a budget organization. By that meaning, if you come way back in this slide where we were on, right here. If you look on this, you see the judicial report, general government, public safety, health and welfare. This slide, or this piece of the book, sets out to tell you what those are made of. In other words, health and wellness is public works, recreation, senior citizens, and sanitation. Public safety is animal control, E911. That's what that was intended to. If that offends anyone, I will rip it out of the book. I will change it. I'll do whatever y'all want. It was not intended to be a change in staffing. It was simply to mirror this slide, to point out what those departments were. So,
And the reason I told you about that, we talked about the same thing last year,
Yes.
and it's in here, and that's the reason I told you.
I understood, and it looks dangerously similar to that. It certainly does. And I didn't even think about it. It was the same slide as the last year's that got moved over. I have no problem pulling that out whatsoever. That you all should have received an email earlier today and probably one yesterday from the Board of Assessors with some concerns that they had. I'll briefly go through those if there's some people in here that want to elaborate. And I'm trying to, I got Mr. Matthews here, I'm going to the second one. There was some concern about the capital requests they had for vehicles not being easily identifiable or in there. That would be on G9 of the particular budget, which is where we list out all the capital requests and recommendations for each of the departments. And if you look on G9, you see the first 4 items that are broken out by department numbers are Department 12. New vehicle, new vehicle, new vehicle, road furnishings, artwork, or room divide. The first 2 vehicles, you'll see that we recommended funding. The third, we did not, and we did not on the furnishings. So 2 of those vehicles, which I believe is what he had requested in here, maybe he said vehicles, are intended to be funded. That funding is in Department 15 as we discussed. But this is the reason we broke it out to make it clear what the totality of that funding was for.
They didn't recognize they still had it because it's in a different department, but.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. They probably did not see that in the sheets that they were looking at in front of them. The next was the positional changes, and I don't want to get into too much, but they asked for some positional transfer from levels of appraisers 1 to 2 and so forth. All of the level 1s were funded. That shows up on their budget minutes at the bottom. Appraiser level 1's funded. The 2s were not. The thinking behind that was that we believed that there was a proper mix of 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s already in that department. And the people that are certifying for 2, I believe they're going soon to take the test. They're not actually taking the test yet to do so. And then as far as the other requests for furnishings and artwork, that was not included. There's been some discussions, as I understand it, between purchasing and the Board of Assessors staff to move forward with trying to purchase some of that the current year. And I think everybody's involved that's in here, they can speak for themselves, that's my understanding. Basically, I think most of their concerns are addressed in that budget. That there probably was just an issue of finding where it was added there. And quite frankly, this is the first I knew about it when the email started flying out. I was never asked about any of these things prior to that. And like I said, there's some people in here that want to speak and have their piece. And then obviously the library. You have a good contingency of the library here. They also requested funding in addition to what we proposed in the budget. We just, a number, 15,000 is what we put in there as far as an increase. That is below obviously what they asked for. And again, they're in here, I believe they can speak for themselves and state their own request more eloquently than I can. Those are the only issues that I know of that have been raised today. I'm sure we'll get into more when we go farther. And however you all want to do it, if you want to hear from them first to move forward. And then we as staff have come up with some additional ways of where we think we can make cuts if we need to dig deeper. So however y'all want to proceed forward.
Y'all done?
Sir?
Y'all done?
Yes.
At whatever point, I had asked if staff could come up with any ideas on how we could arrive at not increasing the budget at all. And I know that's what you're talking about, you're going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
address next. So whatever the time appropriate for seeing that, something
not telling you we have the numbers that say we get exactly this from here and out of balance, but we have ideas, we know about what we can get, and it just takes some input, and we'll give some direction, and we'll refigure.
Yes. As far as tax assessor board goes, I didn't see Mr. Matthews or someone else.
He said on his email he couldn't be here. I know there's two of y'all, and I hate to put y'all on the spot, but I know there are people here. Mr. Green?
Because
The tax assessor.
No, no.
Because I will say, pause one question I had about that is, at our last meeting, we did have the budget ready to vote on that meeting until Commissioner Loper wanted to review it further. So I'm trying to figure out why we get a message today, 2 weeks after when we were already.
And again, they can speak, but my understanding is that the entire board was out of town for training on the date of the last workshop, the date we were going to vote, so they were unable to attend. Why it was 2 weeks between the two, I don't have an answer for that.
We didn't have to necessarily attend in order, like, we got the information in an email today, like, I wasn't aware there was any concern there until 2 weeks after we were already going to vote it. I don't understand that, but.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm Paul Morgan. I do sit on the board of tax assessors. As long as the vehicle's worked out so that there's a vehicle for these people to use, I think that's all the board's concerned about. As the furnishings, the same thing. But I would like to address personnel. As we look at assessing our property in the future and these new laws and going to the cost and income approaches and what have you, it gets more and more complicated. As we look at our office, there are some people that are approaching the age of retirement, that we can lose some people. We don't currently have staff to replace that. Our salaries in Effingham are some $10,000 different than some of our adjoining counties. Matter of fact, I was told yesterday that in Savannah, a level 1 or 2 appraiser makes more than a 4 in this county. And I understand the difference in Chatham and Effingham. That's understandable. We can't advertise for 1 and 2 appraisers and be able to hire them simply because if they come to this county and work, they're going to make $10,000 to $15,000 a year less. So what we've done, we have hired trainees. Now, some of our trainees, we were able to pick up some with college degrees. One I know has a business degree, and we think that's the type of person that we're going to need in the future to work these offices after me and others on the board are gone, and maybe some of our current employees. They have come on staff, and I'm not sure what they make. I know that it's not a salary that keeps someone with a college degree. Most of them have come on, have passed their level 1 and are headed to level 2s. What we wanted to do was to be able to increase their salaries from a trainee to whatever level they've accomplished this year. If not, all we're going to do is train these people for other counties to pick them up. And then we're back to hiring and training again. And they can't go out and do appraisals until they become certified. So that's the board's concern, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, but it looks like in the budget, there is no money, no flexibility for us to do anything for these people once we get them trained and up to level 2s.
What kind of money is involved? What kind of money is involved in just the personnel issue?
Is that one form?
For that department? If you need to pull that together, we can just get back to it.
I think Rush is looking it up, but we can continue on with it for you.
See, the problem, I understand what you're saying, I do, but then you have to try to sit here and balance out how much money it's costing just to collect the taxes from the people. If you look at what the tax assessor's office costs and the tax commissioner's office costs, it is a very high percentage of the total amount of the tax. So when you start getting into that big of a percentage just to collect the money before we can even spend it, that's my concern. Now, I'm not going to tell you, and we can't by law tell you how to run the tax assessor's board. But my concern is, do you need that many people? Or would you be better off to pay people more money and do with less people? I don't know how many people per populace Chatham County has, or Bryan County, or these other numbers that you're coming up with. But we've got to find a more cost-efficient way to collect the tax and to assess the tax. Because I think you're looking at a board, and I think I can say this with all fairness, but we're not in the business of raising property taxes on our citizens. And whenever you've got people, if you can get the job done with a level 1, then do we need to be paying for level 4s if we have enough in that department already?
If you look at the state requirements, the state requires us to have at least one level 3 or 2 level 3s and a 4.
Right. And we have that.
We currently have that. And if you look at what's happening with these requirements, it's going to take level 2s at least to get out here and do some of these approaches that we have. I think if we'll look at where we are, and Mr. Chairman, I'll be more than happy to work with you in any way we can to not hire or have any more staff than what we need. I would have to go back and look, but I think we're still too short of what the state recommends we have for the number of parcels we have. I don't think we have any anticipation of hiring any more unless we have someone who transfers or somewhere else. But we're trying to get some qualified people to come on and be here as we begin to lose some of these people through retirements. And that's where we are. And we just have concern that just hiring and training and losing is not going to be cost efficient either. I'll be happy to look at with you if we can reduce staff to see if we can do some of this stuff better.
Well, I know that we have these, because we hear it all the time, unfunded mandates, these things that we are mandated to have so many people, like you say, for so many parcels. But from sitting on the Board of Equalization, I also know we do mass appraisals. We don't sit there and do individual appraisals.
Okay.
So I question sometimes where those laws are coming from to mandate that we have to have certain numbers of people. And maybe that's where we need to start.
That'll be a good place to start because it comes from the state. It doesn't come from us.
Well, you're saying one of your concerns is that you have some people close to retirement age. Is that correct?
Well, we do have a couple of people that's approached, even the chief assessor. She's
Are they
getting.
actively discussing retirement? But the reason I'm asking that is because in one case, something that we did to save money was offer early retirement. And I'm not saying you do that on this, but what I am saying is you're concerned and planning for the future, which is a good thing. But at whatever time that they're really, truly ready to retire, a lot of times people are thinking about it 5 years in advance. We still have plenty of time to make that bridge, if that's a concern.
I think we have enough time. I don't see any retirements coming up imminent. But what we're trying to do is have people in place so the continuity of that office.
So this year may not be an emergency per se. That's what I was trying to say.
No, it's not an emergency. I just see it. If we have to keep these people on at the entry level all this year, I don't see a mistake. If they can find a job making $15,000 somewhere else, I think they'll go. And I hate to lose these type people. That's the board's concern.
What I would like personally to see are these numbers that you're alluding to. I mean, I would love to see Chatham County's numbers, Bryan County, all the neighboring brought back to us.
And this needs to be a discussion, not a,
Well,
not a vote night.
Well, and that's what Commissioner Jones, I think, is just stating my concerns how, because I just saw this today, and we've been looking at this and looking at this, and this has been on everybody's mind for at least the last 2 weeks. Why don't we get this the last day?
Well,
We're
we-
going to take action on the first reading tonight.
I understand.
We have 2 weeks that we can still make changes to this. If you can get us the numbers close enough and make a compelling argument, you know, I'm sitting here speaking for myself because I can't speak for you.
I understand that, and I think what the board would like to do is sit down with the commissioners. Let's get our figures together and sit down. I know where you guys are coming from, and I understand budgets. And I will tell you that on the 20th, we were at caveat. As you know, we have to keep our hours up, and 4 of the board members were there, and Janice was there. So we kind of missed it. And the first time that we knew anything about it was last night. Obviously, we had a board meeting last night, so.
We don't have the luxury of just being able to sit down as a commission and have a one-on-one conversation. We have to do things in public.
I understand, and I don't mind doing them.
I know your letter was asking for a meeting with the board, but we just really can't do that. But if you get information together, talk to me, talk to Toss or our clerk, I don't have a problem at all with setting up a workshop to sit down before the second reading of this thing to see if we can, if there's something else that needs to be hashed out. But we can't sit down in a room and have this conversation.
I understand that. And I don't mind that whatever we do is very much open to the public.
Not as a forum, we can't do it as a forum.
I understand.
I think one of the things that staff looked at, we did look at the amount of appraisers, the level of appraisers, but we also talked about the fact that she wanted to institute a tablet within the parameters of actually input of data. And we really felt like that probably would help some as far as being in the field and being able to put that data in versus having to come back in and so forth. And so when staff looked at this, we did look at the certifications, we did look at all those pieces, and we felt like that we wanted to give it some time to see exactly how much efficiency could be adopted through the use of technology, as we have done in other areas. And so that was the reason for increasing the technical personnel where they could actually obtain certifications. We felt like there was some time to see what other effects this tablet might have as far as the ability to input.
You know, if the technology is there and they can take it out with them and input it into the laptops at the time they're doing their measurements and everything, that's fine. I mean, I think we can probably find money for things that's going to eventually cut costs.
Correct.
But just to simply add cost, I'm not too much in favor of doing that. Case in point, a new home that I constructed. I had looked and saw the county truck sitting there, and I saw somebody measuring my house. I asked them what they were doing. They said, we're measuring the house. Fine. The next week, I saw another county truck, somebody else measuring the same house. I asked them what they were doing. We're measuring the house. I said, somebody did it last week. No, they didn't. This is my area. I said, you better be calling because somebody just measured this house. If the technology is there that you could have input it right then and it would already been there, to make matters worse, a third appraiser came out and measured the same house. That's waste.
Yes, it is.
And that's what I would love to find a way to get around.
And so would I.
Okay?
All right, thank you, sir.
So you gonna give me some information?
Yes, we will.
Call me.
Okay.
Anyone here wish to speak about any item on this budget? State your name for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Christine Kirkland, Vice Chair of the Effingham County Library Board. And I'm here with several folks from the library. We have Christian Cruz, our Regional Library Director, Christy Devine, Marketing and Development Director, Beatrice Sava, Effingham County Librarian, and a wonderful help to this county. And then we have other board members, Dr. Goldwine and myself. Larry had to leave. We have a letter that we'd like to give. I'm not sure which one of you I need to give. I thought. And we'd like to address the commissioners about funding. Dear Chairman and Commissioners, to promote a high quality of life is an integral part of the mission statement of the Effingham County Board of Commissioners. Our public library plays a fundamental role in ensuring this is accomplished. The libraries in Rincon and Springfield offer a wide range of collections, services, and programs that promote civic engagement and lifelong learning. Libraries have been a popular topic in the county this spring. Effingham County residents and elected officials have agreed both in person and in print that it is time to address the erosion of library funding that has occurred over the past 6 years and restore access to library services. Since fiscal year 2009, the county's residents have experienced serious reductions in library funding, hours, and services. The following represents the county's funding of Rincon and Springfield libraries since fiscal year 2009. In 2009, we received $716,056. In 2010, we saw a reduction to $676,056. In fiscal year 2011, we took a huge dip to $464,450. Same for fiscal year 2012. For fiscal years 2013 and 14, we again saw a reduction to $445,872.
I'm sorry, Christine, were you saying that 2012 was the same exact amount as 2011?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Having the Rincon and Springfield libraries open fewer hours each week has created a lack of access to critical library services and needed information. In 2009, the Rincon Library was open 60 hours a week, and the Springfield Library was open 52 hours per week. Due to budget cuts and the forced reduction in services this caused, the Rincon Library is open only 37 hours per week, and the Springfield Library is open only 25 hours a week. Reduced open hours have resulted in decreased library visits, fewer information requests fulfilled, and reduced items circulated, greater competition for limited computer access, overflowing children's programs as the number of programs has been reduced. And to give you an example of that, in Rincon yesterday, Monday, they had the kickoff for our summer reading program. 413 kids showed up for that, for the kickoff. And those kids would like to read every day in the summer. In just one day, that one day, we had 865 people who visited the library.
How many?
865 yesterday. Residents who deserve and rely on library services have greatly reduced access to books, traditional formats, audiobooks, large print and ebooks, CDs and DVDs, reference materials, access to computers, needed software and the internet, and professional staff guidance inviting needed materials and information. Students have less access to needed materials for homework and studying. Citizens have less access to critical online government information, employment resources, job finding tools, and the ability to complete online job applications. Reduced hours mean reduced access to a valuable community asset. The trustees of the Effingham County Library respectfully request a $200,000 increase in the fiscal year 2015 budget. This will allow us to return to full hours and services in the county. It is time to give Effingham County residents the increased access to their libraries that they enjoyed prior to the downturn. And this is signed by all of us at the library board.
Let me ask you a question. When you're asking about the 200,000.
Yes, ma'am.
We did increase the budget by what amount? Already?
15,000.
15.
15,000. That would allow for no additional hours.
Okay, and one other thing that just came to mind that I'd like to understand, maybe if I may toss or Joanna, in service delivery with the cities, because I recognize, I'm hearing when you're talking about libraries, one's in the city of Lincoln, one's in the city of Springfield.
Right.
How do we work service delivery with the city with regard to library?
It's a countywide service.
And therefore, because it's a countywide service, how does that affect the service delivery agreement? That's what I'm asking.
It's within the scope of the cost that the property tax covers for all county residents. However, I will say that I understand that they've had decreases. I don't believe all those decreases though have been county-based. At one particular point in time, the school
Yes.
added funds within this. And so we actually, I believe, had increased our budget to them. The overall budget for them had decreased because of the participation by the schools.
The school stopped supporting it and cover everything that they had been covering.
Correct.
But that is why I was asking, even though it's a county service, within service delivery, that means there's a designated amount of money that we're not giving to the cities to help in that regard, or not. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's a countywide service.
It is within the scope of how we use the property tax that's collected countywide. And it is deemed a countywide service. Therefore, as part of the service delivery, the residents of those cities are paying a portion of that based off of the property tax that's used to cover it. Obviously not answering.
I was trying to think through a way, would there be a way that was reasonable or sensible for the cities to help with the burden, the way that, I mean, it's a burden, it's a negative thing, but the financial burden, if the cities could help, if that would make
Well, I
sense.
think they already are, is what Joanne's saying, because the city residents pay county the same.
And their county tax, I get that, I get that.
And that's the taxes being used funded, so they are already paying the same as an unincorporated resident towards,
Towards that.
funds that can be used for life.
I think the difference is that the significant cuts came within years in which, yes, we did reduce agencies by 10%, I believe, in several years, but that was across the board. I believe the largest cut was because of the fact that the school boards discontinued some of their funding.
I think they were contributing over $100,000 at one point.
Has your board approached the school board for any additional funding?
At the time that those services were reduced, there was a swap of services. The county took over some services from the school board, and the school board took over some services from the county. So we were told at the time it was going to equal out, but it is certainly not.
If it was a resource officer in the
Absolutely,
schools.
yeah. Certainly has not ended up being any.
They were paying for that, and
Yeah.
they're in their schools, so they started paying for that.
Yeah.
No, they were paying for that, they just weren't paying as much as they currently
Covering it completely.
are. Okay.
And we have asked the individual cities. The city of Guyton has contributed. They see the worth, but we have not received anything from Lincoln or Springfield. And they keep telling us to come back to you guys. Here we go.
Do we as a county receive any budgets or reports or anything from the Live Oak system that tells how many people use the library on a regular basis, how much cost,
Hi.
how much the Live Oak is spending on those facilities as compared to how much we're putting into it?
My name is Christian Cruz. I'm the library director for all of Live Oak Public Libraries. At our quarterly board meetings, the members of our board who are appointed by you receive reports. We would be delighted to send those additional reports on to whomever at the commission to have them distributed to you. Each quarter we provide a full breakdown of the budget, how it is spent and where it is spent. All monies collected in Effingham County are used to support the Effingham County Libraries.
Do y'all have a meeting with staff, requesting from them what you're wanting in the budget prior to this?
For some reason, we didn't get an invitation to talk to staff this year, so we just submitted our own commission.
And you didn't request a meeting? either?
Pardon me?
And you guys didn't request a meeting with them either?
It just seemed to fall off the calendar
I
on
believe
both
the
sides.
email was sent requesting a budget from them, and we did receive one by email, and that's how we did this.
Because again, it's about saying that we're ready to vote.
I do understand that it's the 11th hour.
And I want to be supportive of the library. But we have to figure out where we can get money and have the time to do that.
We did look at one item when this came up and in your budget, and I don't even know if this is possible, but it's simply an idea. They do have a rather large electric bill. I believe we own that building, do we not? Eric? I think we do. I think we paid
Springfield or Ringgold?
Springfield, if I'm not mistaken. We possibly could look, because of our volume of electricity, we get a better rate, I believe. And we could perhaps look at, whether or not we could extend that rate to them and save them some on the electricity. That's just a thought.
What kind of money are we talking about?
I believe their bill right now is about $45,000, so I'd have to look at their bill and see what their rates are and see whether or not that would be applicable at all. That it would be one way, perhaps, not to necessarily increase anybody's budget, but to reduce costs.
It would give them some available cash in another way.
Yes.
Their bill's around 45,000 a month right now.
Their bill, according to their budget, their overall bill annually is about $45,000.
And staff tell me, do these budget reports that are given to the people on the board, do they filter back down? Do we get those?
If you'll tell us who to give them to, we'll make sure.
You just forward it to our clerk. We get a copy presented to us in the meetings. The public meetings quarterly also.
And anything you could do to even phase it in over a couple of years, if that makes sense. But there's no way with $15,000 to extend any hours. That's maybe 15 hours a week for help.
So you say if we can't give you the 200 or whatever, don't even give you the...
No, we're not saying that at all. We're the library.
It's not gonna happen.
No, that's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying at all. But what we're saying is we can increase hours. We can increase some services within those hours.
Right now, the library, is it or is it not open on Saturdays?
The Ringgold Library is.
The Springfield is not.
Rankin is, but
Springfield is not.
So what would it take to increase the opening of the library by one day, both libraries? Roughly.
Those libraries,
Well, one are.
Both libraries.
When we got the biggest cuts, what we did is we looked at our staff and we now share one staff between the two buildings. We'd have to go back. It's actually a much larger number than you'd expect because we've got people working in both buildings and often only one building is open at a time. So to have both buildings open, we'll have to hire a couple of people at least. So we're looking at 50,000, just off the top of my head.
What, you're saying you don't have anybody currently that can work over there on a Saturday?
No, because we only have enough staff to have one building open on Saturdays. We have to hire additional staff just for that.
So if Rankin might be open on a Monday, Springfield's closed on Monday, then
Oftentimes, yes.
Tuesday in Springfield
Yeah,
closed.
we just travel back and forth, yes. That's how we did it to give as much equity as we could with the amount of money that we had.
How many employees do you have that work with the library?
In Springfield, in Effingham County, we've got, there's a total of 9 bodies, but many of them are part-time. Most of our staff are part-time up here.
So how many do you have inside on an operational day?
Any given day, we probably have between 3 and 4.
How many?
3 or 4. And when you start thinking with that in terms of 400 kids coming to a program, 800 people coming through the building, that's not a lot of staff.
That's not a typical day, though, right? You don't have 800 people in the building. in a typical day.
Our typical days are anywhere from 500 to 600, yeah. And when you think about the building in Ringgold, it's not that big. And to have that many people in and asking questions at the same time, it does require more than 1 or 2 people. I know it doesn't sound that, but it really is.
And honestly, this is a little overwhelming for me because I'm not getting information. We're not seeing this on a regular basis. So
Well, let us rectify that and we'll work forward with that. I'm sorry that you haven't.
And looking at their budget, there's also 8,000 in grounds maintenance, and that is our buildings, or at least one of them is. So there may be some dollars there also.
And what we did, if we back up, try to remember a bit on what happened. when you do a 10% reduction across the board, I remember we discussed this, there's some things that there's 10% worth of fat in, it's easy to cut out. 10% in things that are running leaner and tighter to begin with hurts bad. That's what happens to the library. In the year that we did the 10% across the board, the library stepped up and said, look, we understand that we're trying to get the budget down, we're trying to reduce. This is when we all came on board. There was a lot of library discussion as we came on, and that's what was done. And then for the next couple of years, we kind of held the same. And then last year, there was no discussion in the library again about as the digest increased some last year. And like I said, that's why I didn't vote for the budget last year, because there was no discussion whatsoever with the library at all. And we've done the same thing again this year. Now we've gotten some information here at the last minute, and again, here we are, all of us, 2 or 3 significant things here that we're looking at the last minute, trying to get this budget passed. But I don't want to increase the cost of the government, but I do think that we're heavy in some areas and light in others, and this being one of the ones we're light in. I do think we need to go up a little more significant than what we are. And I would support a significant increase, but I don't think we can afford a $200,000.
Well, what I was trying to understand is that you say you have 9 people and you have 3 on Saturday at one place, so you've got 6 more people. Why can't 3 of those people work on Saturday?
But most of them only work part-time. Maybe they only work 16 hours a week.
And they're only willing to work 16 hours a week? Or they?
Well, that's all the budget will allow us to pay them. What we would do is...
Right, it's cheaper, and that's why I'm trying to keep asking this. It would be cheaper for us to use existing employees.
Yes.
Hire new.
And that's what we will try to do. That's what we will try to do, except that when we get up a little bit further, then the benefits kick in and it does get more expensive. We are currently running an operation where we're trying not to pay as much.
Okay, so
In all honesty, we're trying not to pay any benefits, so it keeps it even cheaper.
how many hours can someone work and still keep part-time where they're not getting benefits?
32, I believe.
Okay, so
With
people
30.
can double their
30.
hours.
If the library's 30.
And wouldn't have a new person coming on. So
Yes.
I think that could be done a lot more cost effective than what, it seems like to me, it could be done more cost effective.
Well, and that's certainly something that we would want to look at, and with whatever we get, we will ensure that we give as many hours as we can from that amount, and that we're not squirreling it away or doing something with it. We will put it all towards public service and opening these buildings as many hours as we can, because we understand that they're not open enough. The community wants them to be open more hours. We want them to be open more hours. We'd like to work with you to ensure that we get to that goal.
Let me ask you this, do you know what your busiest days are? Like, as an example, in Lincoln, is Saturday your busiest day?
Weekends are Friday, Saturday, beginning of the week and the end.
Because that's what I think, that it seems like that is what you would want. You would want Lincoln and Springfield to both be able to get up on Saturday and get the most bang for your buck.
When we cut the hours, we look carefully at our schedule and when things were the busiest, and we picked the busiest times to have the buildings open that we could. And that's why the schedules are very, very odd, and buildings are open at different times. It was based on the staffing and how busy they were historically. And we'd like to get back to a better schedule so that we can spread some of the open hours around to both communities and ensure that everybody can get in. We know that there are an awful lot of people that are not using the library now because they just can't get there, the hours aren't convenient. Particularly in Springfield, because we're not open on the weekends.
The biggest complaint I get about Springfield is Saturday.
Yes.
Saturday.
So do we.
And then, but to be fair, the Rincon branch, I'm not as familiar with what the days are that's the most critical down there. But we make the assumption everybody has access to the internet, and everybody does.
They don't.
When I was growing up, a family that had 7 encyclopedias, I thought that was the greatest thing in the world because we didn't have them.
So the 15,000 we give you this year, you can't hire any more people, that's just the operating cost.
We'll work with that, and it'll probably get you a half day.
Honestly, like you could open
Probably half day on Saturday. Pardon me?
You could open Springfield half a day on Saturday with that?
We will try. I don't know if we'll be able to, because that 15,000, if we can spread it over the existing staff, I have to look at the existing staff schedules and who has the ability to have more hours that aren't already working. Because of course, many of our staff now have built another job around our hours.
I understand. It just seemed like that's what the citizens were interested in asking for. So.
And we would work diligently to try to make that happen.
And I think that's what we're all looking for, is the number that you need, bottom line, to open Springfield on Saturday.
Okay.
And-
I'll have that to you tomorrow.
Is that a fair statement?
Why don't we suggest that we have a meeting to go through some of these budget items, only because grounds maintenance, we may be able to pick up.
We may be able to pick up that $8,000.
And that may, he's saying 15,000 would give him, half a day, that may get us to a full day. The electric may, kick in there.
Up 4,500.
The garbage, we may be able to work something with the sanitation department because we have such a large pickup that we may be able to get you some savings there.
We'll take anything we got.
Okay.
What I'd like to do in conjunction with that is maybe look at a 3-year plan to ramp up, to something, a better level that y'all can begin
We
functioning.
would be very interested in that.
I think that's looking down long range.
I'd like to suggest that we put a pencil in on 50,000 and see how we can make the numbers work to that total. That would be another 45.
And when we say that, either in dollars or in savings to them?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that we can.
That would
Need to include the savings and.
I mean, y'all can live with that right now.
Yes.
That would be about a 10% increase, roughly. But the current budget, about a 10% increase.
Thank you. I mean, we do understand that it's a very difficult process and that there are so many people with requests in front of you. So that anything that we can do together to get to that number, we really want to be part of the solution.
There's a few things that the county does for the public that people really are asking for. This is one of them.
Thank
And
you.
nobody ever comes to us and tells us they can do it for less. Every department always wants more.
Well, I think this is a little bit different in the fact that we do own at least one of the buildings and we may have the ability to help affect some change in their costs.
Who owns the rent?
Rankin.
City of
The
Lincoln.
city of Rankin.
They should be able to do the same thing.
Exactly.
If that works for us, with the electric, Rankin should be able to. do
And that's why I'm suggesting maybe we need to have a sit-down meeting and see if we can pull some of these costs back that they're experiencing.
All right, you're on short
Thank you.
fuse because we've got 2 weeks,
I understand.
okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very
And if
much.
you set whatever date that I'm going to be there, I'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for your time. Is there any other item on this budget that someone in the audience wishes to speak to? About? For? Again? Everybody else is affected by this budget is going to be happy as it is. I asked that last time, and everybody that was there said they were happy. Want to be sure?
We just want to hear.
I see our sheriff's representative that's here. There. That is a first for you guys.
The only thing still
All right.
that I'm interested in hearing is the additional cut information to get it so.
Yes, I would love to see no budget increase.
All right, give it to us.
Where are we at with that?
And if we are going to move the library from 15 to 50, there's to be another 35.
All right. As you know, there were always some phone calls about, and how can we reduce the budget? We are always looking for ways to reduce our budget. Because we believe that the essence is that we're trying to ensure that the residents do not pay any more funds than they absolutely have to pay, number one, for the services provided. And we believe that we are supposed to be good stewards of their funds. As such, we went back and I think y'all know there's some discussions about how we can always consolidate personnel through attrition. And we have made some of those discussions and feel like there may be at least a couple of places that through attrition, through consolidation, that we could save some funds. We believe that that potential is about $100,000. We went back and looked at summer foods. We did address summer foods with the Board of Education, and they are willing, not this current year, but in the following year, to, and if I misspeak, tell me, Stephanie, but to adopt that program within their program, which means that that is a split year budget. And so we budgeted about $20,000 a year for that. As such, if the school board were to take that over, that would be a savings of about $10,000. We could remove the capital from this budget and allow them to, as we have in the past, approve things as we go. As you know, we have $186,000 in our current year's revenue that will go into fund balance. That is from the sale of different pieces of equipment. There are some pieces of equipment we need to reacquire, but we don't know exactly how much that total is going to be. And so we could use those funds to help solidify the capital needs.
So to be sure I understand what you're saying, you're saying we have 100,000 in contingency?
We have 150,000 in contingency. We also have another 100,000 in capital that's in Department 15, which we have never budgeted in the last 3 or 4 years. We have always had the board elect to do those things and then take those out of the fund balance from the prior year. In the current year, we went ahead and budgeted those items in and said this is what the totality of it is. But you could approve those as you go in this current year.
But we have those two sets of money that in the past we've not budgeted, but we're budgeting at this time.
We have one set of money that we have not budgeted.
Which one is
the capital?
Okay.
We've always budgeted a contingency in the past
Okay.
of that 150.
So we could not budget the capital, but that money will be there.
I believe that at least a part of that capital funding would be there from the funds that we received this current year from the sale of goods.
186,000.
186,000, that's correct.
It's just going into fund balance.
It's just going into fund balance.
That is 186,000 extra money that we took in somewhere.
That's
It's
correct.
all the bulldozers and
Yes.
stuff from public
That's
works.
correct.
And so we should absolutely use that to offset.
I understand. We just don't know how much additional equipment we will need to buy out of that. I would expect, there is going to be a portion of that left over. And I'm saying the difference we could use to fund the capital that we currently have in the budget.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? I think I'll let Todd talk about this a little bit more. We went back and reviewed again the public works mowing. And we did some of the calculations. And we feel as if that there is a possibility that we would receive about $100,000 reduction. The difference is that necessarily we think it would be about one person that we would be losing as far as having them the additional time.
Basically, the way that it's done now, we do not mow all year. We mow basically 8 months a year. So the additional 4 months of the year, we utilize those 4 people on something else. So if you take 4 months out of the year with 4 people, it's basically one full-time person all year is what Joanna's getting at. In the past, when this came up, this is the one that was never brought to the board. It was $139,000 was the contract. It was around $200,000, $215 or $220 is what we had budgeted in personnel and fuel and maintenance for those 8 months. So there is a slight savings, not $100,000. The $100,000 comes in, we would have to reduce our work staff by 4 persons. So we would need to get 4 people out of public works to make that $100,000 work. So we will be taking 12 months of salary out for 8 months of work. In effect, we would lose 1 full-time position 4 people over 4 months, is that?
Not applicable to remote.
It's not applicable to mobile. Now, could we get away without adding that one back? Quite possibly. If we don't, you know, if we have to add them back, that 100,000 is going to be reduced by the cost of a person. So you're probably looking at $50,000 to $60,000 savings. So the 100,000 is different than what we talked about in the past. But what I said the last time was, if we don't remove those 4 persons, it's a $139,000 increase to the budget, because we still got the same cost of the people we're adding the service in. So the savings comes by the reduction in personnel. Does that make sense, what we're trying to say?
Yeah, because I got those numbers that were sent to me, and I went through them every way I could too. And what the thing I kept tripping over was when we asked how much was it costing to mow Highway 21 down in South End County. I think we were told $350 was about what it cost to do that. But that's about a mile of road. And if you use that, $350 per mile to mow that, and that wasn't anything for equipment, that was just fuel and labor. And the price quoted was at 140, right? I believe 140 a mile, 3 times a year. So that's where I'm like, well, if it's $350 per event for that mile, you know, that's $900,000 a year for that mile.
Correct.
So,
And again, I think Jerry estimated that. Let me just tell you how we came up with the number that was sent to you. That is the 4 people that we know we use. That is their actual salaries multiplied by the hours. The maintenance cost is recorded. Jerry went to the first vehicle and said, we got these pieces of equipment, give me the maintenance tickets on those. The fuel is estimated. It's estimated as best we can because, you know, there's a fuel truck that runs around. We kind of know what they put into them. We think we're very close on the fuel. So those costs, we believe, are very representative of what we're
we
at.
also have the capital of
Correct.
equipment.
Correct. And that was not counted in, it was at the bottom. What I don't know out of that is when we bought those tractors, how long we keep them. There were some prices put in. I'm guessing 10 years on the tractor, I don't really know. But yes, there would be some additional costs. It was probably $15,000 to $20,000 additional a year if you amortize that out. Again, I don't know the answer because I don't know how long that equipment lasts and when we bought it and what the exact price was. But yes, there will be an additional cost on top of that. And that's why we're saying we believe around 100. We know we would save something. Now, true budget numbers, I think we would save 100 because we've already bought that equipment. It's sitting on our yard. I wouldn't recommend getting rid of it because if we ever went back in the business, it's probably not worth what we're going to sell it for. It's just my recommendation. Again, the difference that we're talking about here is 4 persons have to go away when it's work.
And you believe you have that figured out?
Well, we have a bid price as long as that vendor is still willing to do it, and I'm sure they would be at that price. We have a bid in hand. That's what he told us he would do it for. We know the cost.
It was actually bid, there's multiple bids. It was bid out, but it just wasn't brought because the thought was it wasn't brought with the bid.
When we did it, if we started the contract then, we would have been paying that contract plus these employees through budget until we had this conversation. Plus, we didn't know what the board's take on getting rid of those positions are. And I guess it's a valid question today. If we're willing to get rid of 4 positions and understand we don't have anywhere else to put it, there's not a need of 4 people somewhere else. So we would have to just get rid of 4 people and replace those 4 with a contract. We know what that contract price is because it was bid. As Commissioner Bates said, we have multiple bidders. The low bid was $139 roughly, some change in there.
But
We
that
sort
was,
of bad getting rid of some employees that's been there for a while too.
And again, that's the holdup in it. If we do not get rid of them, at the time when we bid it, we thought maybe we could look at going into an increased paid road maintenance. And that is the reason that we surplus the equipment. We got rid of the equipment that was larger than what we currently use when we used to build roads that we don't do anymore. We want to trade that on stuff to do paved road repairs. That's a little bit smaller equipment to be used for that. Doing so obviously comes with the cost of the equipment, the emulsions, the asphalt, the rock, all the things to fix the road, and somebody to do it. We can utilize those the 4 months out of the year. The problem is it's the 4 cold months out of the year when it's not conducive to paving roads and that sort of stuff. Now, if we felt like we had enough road to utilize them on that, we could do it. However, as I just said, it's basically a $139,000 budget increase at that point. So it's going the opposite way of what we're trying to accomplish today. That's why we didn't bring it to you as staff. This does work out if we're willing to get rid of the 4 people.
Well, there's opportunities to cross-train something else too.
What is our budget number? What is our budget number for this year? If we're trying to not increase, what is the dollar amount that's on that slide? You showed it to us earlier slide.
Yeah.
27 something? What is it?
26,404.
Yes.
It's 26,404?
No.
No.
Yes. Yes. It's on
There's a
the
slide where the
it's
slides show it.
Right here.
Our budget as it stands right this minute, adopted in 2014, was 26,830,671.
671,
26 and 30.
it's up here, 2014 adopted.
Okay. So the last slide you were showing us with the new adjustments that you've made, we could call that 2B, correct? For the purpose of,
Yes.
we've been presented proposal 1, proposal 2, and then this is some adjustments to 2, so it could be 2B.
Yes.
And if we were so inclined, we could go with that. There's 2 or 3 things that depend on what the other commissioners wanting to do, but just to make a point here that we could go with that, plus add the additional 35,000 back in to the library with the other 15.5, and we would be at 26,807.
Correct. Now, the way I understood with the library was we were going to try and see what we could affect as far as either their cost or reducing their cost, not necessarily putting those dollars within the budget,
It
correct?
just depends on what the desire is here tonight. Depends, but if so, we could vote that way in our first vote tonight, and then see how that pans out and make the adjustment in the second vote, but that's up to the majority.
We can net them that amount, is what I was looking for.
Yes.
So if we can come up with some way we can save them $10,000 and we can increase the budget by 40 to.
And that's why I was looking over their budget, was to see if there was any way in which we could help affect reducing those costs on their part.
Possibly the city of Rankin with them on the
Correct.
facility.
And then it would be at no cost to either.
The 4 months that they're not cutting, and we're talking about these 4 people, and the months they're not doing or whatever, what do they typically do? Is that when they clean the ditch, do the ditch work and things of that nature, or?
I really don't know, but they get caught up on things that they haven't done in a year.
I'm
I
asking,
mean,
if we
ditch
get rid of
maintenance.
those 4 people, can we still support the work that needs to be done other than mowing?
The contract's going to cover all those things, is what he's trying to ask.
I'd have to ask Jerry that. I think Jerry's impression when we started this was he was going to get those additional 4 people back, and that's not at all the case that we're trying to describe here. So
But also, don't we have other factors of where we think throughout the year there may be some attrition and we won't have to replace some things there, is that right?
We've always tried, I think both the HR manager and administration has always tried to make these moves within a time where we use attrition to do so, or reduction in staff based off of the fact of early retirement. In this particular case, there is significant savings. And so we would have to look and see, there may be some people who choose to move or to acquire different jobs. We just don't know that for sure. And so that was one of the reasons why we didn't bring it forward.
Well, the other counties and cities that have done this, there's got to be a reason for it. And I know that they're saving a significant amount of money in doing this, and it's something that they're not having to deal with. And I think that's where we're at. And while I don't want anybody to lose their job, I do want citizens to get as efficient operating county as we can. That's what we all ran on when we ran. So,
there's no doubt it'll save money if we don't have the 4 additional employees. It's just how do we get there? What's the most efficient way to transfer from employees to a contract service?
So that number was 26,830,671.20.
Last year's budget.
Last year's budget. And that's the number we're shooting for today.
Yes, sir. 26,830,671.
Yeah, the proposed cost, 2014, I'm sorry, 2014 adopted.
Adopted.
It's very low.
So,
And we feel like we can get to that number or lower.
if we go with
Are
two,
they getting these changes?
if we go with 2B, we're at 26,772 without adjusting the library tonight to see if we still can find things and make it, but we still have room to by the second vote, if you want to go that route. If you wanted to go ahead and make the adjustment on the library, then it would be 26,800, we'd still be in place. Either which way.
Yeah, if we can increase the library's funding, because we've cut them significantly over the years, and if we can increase their funding and keep the budget the same as last year, I think that's a home run.
Okay,
So what I'm looking at is, just in round terms, okay, we're talking about 25,000 gets us to the 26,800,000, plus another 30, you're talking about 55,000 that we have in play there. That would allow us to fund the library if we could not do it in any other way, or through the changes. And that would still be under last year's.
I'm confused by what you just said. I'm sorry. Okay, wait a minute, so let me.
I'm thinking 25,000 added onto the top of that, plus another 30 brings us to last year's budget.
25 for what, 30 for what?
55,000 on top of that figure brings us to last year's budget.
Okay, all right. So are you,
So what I'm saying is there's room to add back some for
Right.
the library.
Just what you said.
Yes,
What
in a
you
different
said.
way.
And there's 55,000 votes.
after, if we were to add 35 to take them to 50, then there would only be about 20 left. Yeah. So we can, it's up to you guys how you feel about it. You want to make that change tonight, or you want to see if they can have some savings between now
Well, I
and
mean, I think if we can do it, we can go ahead and say we can do what we can do, and then if we can find savings for them, well, certainly, that'd just be icing on the cake for them, right?
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
And that's the kind of stuff that really we should be doing that anyway.
I'm okay with that. If I was to make a motion, if I was to, I want to see how you guys feel about that, then I would make a motion that we go with what I call 2B, which is this proposal, with one addition of adding 35 more for the library, which takes us to 26,807,617. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be my motion if everyone.
Last ticket, 26,772,
Yes.
6,1794 plus
35.
35,000.
And we're gonna call this 2B.
2B.
Right, 2B.
Well, if I could get a motion to that effect, I believe that I hear positive things going on up there.
Okay, you'd like to make a motion that we approve option 2B with one change of adding an additional 35,000 to the library, which takes us to the 26,807,617.61. Page 94. That's all these things were off. So that's my motion.
And with those changes being incorporated into the final draft of the budget.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'll second that.
Motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. I think that was a milestone hurdle.
That was,
Let's take,
that's not how I
what
planned
time is
this
that?
out.
6:30.
It's 6:30.
We're gonna take a break. We'll get back in here at 6:45, please. Next item, on old business. Consideration to approve projects approved by the short-term work program. Previously tabled from May the 6th.
Staff met with Clarence Morgan about these proposed improvements, which include safety netting at Sandhill, equipment building at Sandhill, fencing at Sandhill, separate parking in soccer fields, and restrooms at McCall and Crush and Run for the parking lots in McCall and Pandora. In your package, you should have a large spreadsheet in your additional information that Stephanie's passing to you now.
And a large spreadsheet.
In short, the restrooms in McCall and the crush and runs for the parking lot, staff believes, and we've discussed this with Clarence, that those are actually repair and maintenance items. They're not capital in nature. Therefore, they shouldn't be included in the short-term work program. On your big spreadsheet, we included those costs down at the bottom under new request. The safety netting at Sandhill, we estimate will cost about $15,000. We don't have a hard estimate in hand, so we just carried over Recreation's estimate. This is to stop foul balls from entering the concession and spectator areas at our 4 ball fields at Pandora. So we will just be extending with 45's fence up to the bleacher covers, and then a 45-degree angle out to try to keep the balls in. So we do feel like that is a capital project and would qualify for SPLOST funding. The equipment building at Sandhill is estimated to cost around $27,000 for a 30 by 30 building with roll-up door, walk-up door, a drive-up ramp, and foundation and some sparse electrical. It would be used to house motors, tractors, gator, and field-related equipment. And we also felt like that was a capital project. The fencing to separate the soccer complex with the parking area, we've revised our scope on that in our discussions with Clarence to either use bollards and chains or telephone poles to separate that so that cars won't drive directly up to the parking to the soccer complex. As a result, we dropped that completely at this time from this request. So in an effort to pay for the 2 that are capital items, which would be the additional fencing and the storage building, we revised those estimates down to $30,000 and $15,000, and we have taken that $45,000 from the property acquisition, which is not planned for as a part of our joint workshop that we held with Recreation last year. If the board so chooses to approve these projects tonight, we will make this amendment in our budget for the second reading, and once approved there, we'll move forward with the actual supplying of the projects. What you'll see on the big spreadsheet, the first big box is the revenue side of our short-term work program. You'll see there we've made 2 changes. Number 1 is to subtract the $45,000 from the $477 for property acquisition, which leaves us a balance of $434,000. And then we have removed the $50,000 from the $400 of Ulmer, which was previously voted on, just to show that representation there, and $50,000 is there now for Atlas. The bottom is the detailed listing of the proposed projects from our joint workshop. You can see the balance of 1 through 13. The majority of those are covered in our project for the Springfield Rec Complex, and that contract will come before you later this evening. Any questions?
Run the numbers by me again. What is coming from SPLOST, what's coming
From SPLOST, we would be taking a 30 by 30 storage building, and we would be taking the safety fencing at Sandhill for a total of $45,000.
So the equipment building came from 40 down to 30?
That's correct, yes.
You're netting at Sandhill is 15?
That's correct. And we're actually meeting with a fencing contractor to firm up that quote on the 9th of June. We just carried Recreation's estimate forward, not having a chance to firm up that quote ourselves.
So are you asking us for $45,000 coming from SPLOST and the other?
At our last meeting, when Clarence and the Recreation Board made their request, they asked to release these funds. In our discussions with Clarence and with our own internal in trying to finalize this budget, we recommend that if you approve this tonight, we'll make that adjustment in our budget, and you'll vote to formally ratify it at your second reading of your budget.
Which is going to be increasing the budget by $43,000?
No, sir.
No.
It'll just be shifting money from the property line acquisition in the short-term work program, which is the 5-year project length budgeting. It will decrease that line item by 45 and add a new line item for these 2 projects.
Okay. Any other questions?
Now, is this in addition, I'm sitting here looking at the staff report for this 88,000. Where is this, is that where we're at?
Yes, sir. Oh, you're talking, okay, Clarence's staff report from last meeting, or the 6th meeting, yes, sir.
So are we looking at this or we looking at this?
He requested 88,000
Yep.
on May 6th. We're asking now for 45. 2 of the projects that he asked for, we didn't feel like qualified for SPOS projects.
You can pay for it different ways.
That's correct.
Still
so-
want $88,000.
No, sir,
No.
just 45
I got that confused.
At this time.
at this time.
All right. And that's for the equipment building at Sand Hill.
And the safety fencing,
And then,
yep.
The batting cages are not appropriated. Where does that stand?
Batting cages, and in fact, I'm glad you mentioned that. We added that as a category with those rough estimates that we were able to gather. Those are not appropriated. You'll see that Sand Hill batting cages is included down in the rec projects priority list. And the McCall Road were discussed at the last meeting. If we choose to move forward with those, there was some discussion about using the impact fee dollars, which would be contingent upon the board adopting the revisions to that impact fee study. We just wanted to say we've got a rough estimate on it. Here's what it's roughly going to cost while we were getting our other prices.
So this board is being asked to approve $45,000 from SPOS funding, 15 of which is for fencing at Sand Hill Soccer parking area, and 30,000 for the equipment building at Sand Hill.
The 15,000 is for safety netting at Sand Hill, not the parking.
The netting.
That's
Oh,
correct.
yeah.
We actually think we're going to do it with fencing in lieu of netting.
Okay, why aren't we doing the crush and run?
The crush and run is not a SPOST expense. It's a repair and maintenance expense which would need to be paid through R&M through our general fund budget.
So we will spend it out of that category.
All right,
That's correct.
That comes out of another pocket.
It still needs to be done, right? It just can't be taken out of spot.
That's correct. The original request was $88,000 from short-term work program. Pardon?
This is,
The old staff report from May 6th.
You throw that away.
yeah.
All right, y'all got
I
it?
hate this.
Anybody want to give me a motion?
Make a motion to approve the $45,000 for the netting at Sand Hill and the equipment building at Sand Hill. One is 30 and one is 15. That'd be $45,000.
That's what you're looking for.
It's really just staff direction, and we'll make the change in our budget for next meeting.
Need a second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. First item, new business, consideration to approve the state grant contract, property use agreement, and fiscal agent for Family Connection.
As you know, each year we serve as the fiscal agent for Family Connections. As has been instructed in the past. Sorry. As you know, we have served as fiscal agent for Family Connections for numerous years. This agreement is to stipulate how and the manner in which we will serve as fiscal agent together with their use of our facilities. It is the standard agreement that we've had in the past, and has simply been changed with regard to the current year. We were simply asking the board to again approve this agreement with them to facilitate that on their behalf. The actual contract itself is with us, the county, and they facilitate that contract for us.
Any questions? Motion?
Make a motion to approve order number 1, approve the request. I'll second.
Motion and a second to approve. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve an agreement for receipt of non-designated funds to Family Connection United Way.
In this particular case, we again are serving as their fiscal agent. These are funds that were received from United Way. However, this last year, at board direction, we have tried to ensure that there is an agreement with any activity as far as financial activity. And as such, This agreement stipulates the manner in which we will handle those funds for them and under their board direction.
Any questions? Motion?
Motion to approve alternative one.
Second. Motion and a second to approve. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve payment to repair damage to Mr. Stephen Chan's personal vehicle.
Mr. Chairman, you have the staff report in front of you, and I do believe that Mr. Chan is here to speak on the question tonight.
Good evening, Stephen Chan. The issue was on Zip Railroad Road. I sent Miss Stephanie pictures of the potholes. Like I said, I'm not asking for a check to be cut to me. I'm just wanting the damage to be done, repair to my vehicle. I got quotes from J.C. Lewis Ford. A wheel for a Ford Focus is about $500. Mounting and balancing of it, it all came up to about $600.
This was sent to ACCG and they denied it, correct?
That's correct. They said that the county wasn't liable, and I spoke to the county on the Zip Railroad Road. The road was due to have repairs done in early spring. That was not done. I think they're working on it now as we speak. Also, whoever I spoke with, a gentleman with the county named Allen, when I called, he said those roads are good for 3 years, and after 3 years they start deteriorating. That's when they start having issues. Well, that road is over 8 years old now. And if it was something that I could have prevented, I definitely would have prevented it. But that road and some other roads are in need some serious attention done to them.
You live on that road?
No, sir. I live in Cloud. My mother-in-law lives on that road, so it's not frequently traveled by me. And that's it.
Any other questions?
Had this pothole been reported to Public Works?
Yes, it was. We spoke with Alan directly. It was.
After.
Prior
Prior
to,
to, no. That's what I mean.
And it wasn't just a pothole. I mean, it's, you could lay in it.
Motion.
I think our staff report basically says that the commissioners have not taken a position that, or have taken a position that ACCG or an insurance company says we're not liable for it, then we follow that.
That's the policy.
And we do have a lot of roads that we repair and we're working on really at a quicker pace than has happened in years. And 0 hours on our agenda tonight to vote on. But I think the question was asked, had anybody reported it for the reason, if somebody calls us and says there's a huge pothole, so, you know, on any of our roads, we go fix it. And if we don't know about it, you know, it hasn't been reported, then that does create a situation where we were unaware. So if we had been aware and not taken steps, our liability might be there more so.
Well, before I reported it, the guy told me that it was ready to be in early spring. You guys have already approved it to have repairs done to the road.
Yeah, but not just repairing potholes, actually improving that entire road. You know, it's a big process, but this is a separate thing. If there's a huge, something that we could patch right now, we want to do that if we're aware of it.
But know that there's no improvement
Sir,
coming on the
I'll
road.
take that to the microphone, please.
I'm not arguing, I'm just saying.
I'm not arguing either. I'm just saying if there's no improvements that need to be done to the road, then why do you need to resurface it?
Just maintenance. I mean, every single year we can, we try to repair the road.
It doesn't mean there's a huge, when there needs to be repaired, doesn't mean there's a huge pothole that's an imminent problem on the road. That road is patchy, unlevel and things like that from deterioration, and we know we have to redo the road. The problem is all over the county, we have roads that we are trying to do work on straight away. And if we pay for every time somebody hit a pothole that we're unaware of, it's not been reported to us, it'd be a problem.
If it was a pothole that had been reported as significant that it could possibly do damage to a vehicle, and Public Works didn't go out there and take care of it right away,
We'd have a lot of them.
then we deal with that differently. But if we don't have any knowledge of it being, we knew the road was bad, but not impassable or would do damage to a vehicle, obviously that's why it's being reworked now and paid. But I'm with Ms. Jones, this is one of those that, at 5:30 or so in the afternoon, obviously it was daylight, 35 miles an hour, this is a very large area.
Well, when you're heading west with the sun in your eyes, you can't see it.
So,
I just,
I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to deny the request.
Have a motion and a second to deny. All in favor? Any opposed?
Those are the kind of thing you hate that need
I
to be
hate
done.
it.
All right. Next item, consideration to renew the agreement for lodging excise tax distribution with the Effingham County Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening. Fiona Charlton, purchasing agent. We'd like to request for consideration to approve renewal of the agreement for lodging excise tax distribution with the Chamber of Commerce. The board approved the hotel motel tax in June 2013, which levies a 5% tax on lodging charges collected on accommodation in the unincorporated areas. The ordinance requires the county expend 40% of the revenue collected for the promotion of tourism by way of contracting with private sector non-profit organisations as defined by OCGA 4813 50.23. The current agreement actually provides 80% of the revenue collected to the Chamber for the sole purpose of promoting tourism. The current agreement will automatically renew for 1 year, commencing on July 1st, 2014, for the period July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2015, unless it is cancelled by the board. Staff recommends Alternative 1, board approval to allow the agreement for lodging excise tax distribution with the Chamber to automatically renew on the 1st of July 2014 for the period July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2015. Any questions?
A provision of the agreement is that the contract may be renewed by the Board of Commissioners at its discretion for additional one-year terms, provided that a proposed budget is submitted by the Chamber to the county for consideration no later than June 1st. Have we gotten that budget?
Yes, sir, and I apologize, it wasn't in your package. It may have been in your additional information you get. We do, we have one, I'll be glad to provide it for you in just a second.
I just want to be sure that that's a condition of
Yes,
it.
we do have that.
That's very important where the money's going.
We have copies of it.
And the reason I bring that up, because I think last commission meeting it was brought up about like old Effingham days and some of that was kind of the understanding that they were going to take this money and use it to fund programs like that. And I would like to see the budget to
I think if that group are willing to work with the Chamber.
do what?
I think if those groups are willing to work with the Chamber, I don't remember specifically saying the Chamber would fund that.
And we had anticipated a revenue to them of about $15,000. As you can see by that budget, that's based on actual receipts, it's closer to $9,000. So they did cut some of the things they were doing, I believe. And I can't remember the stat or Rick's email where he actually explained what they actually cut. Part of it was some things on 21 they were trying to do, they put on hold. So they have made some alterations. It must have been in the body of his email.
So basically, this hotel motel tax is paying for the ad in the Savannah Business Guide.
Pretty much, yes, sir. And a tourism brochure, yeah.
Well, I don't have a problem with renewing the agreement. I was just wanting to know where the money, what was raised and what it was showing for.
Well, that is their proposed budget, and again, it's based on more of the actual receipts after 1 year. We anticipated 15 was the other budget, so they did have in their previous budget more things than this, they just were unable to fund it because of the revenue. That wasn't as anticipated.
Any other questions?
The city's hotel motel tax, that's not going to the chamber, right? They're keeping that, right?
We only get it from the unincorporated. I don't know if they do theirs. So.
I don't know anything about it.
They wasn't involved in this.
Yeah.
I see, it looks like one of the things that they had in the budget, and they've got a question mark there and need other funding, is to erect a gateway welcome sign, because that would certainly be something that's beneficial, but they evidently had to remove it.
Correct. That's something they anticipated doing last year when this first started, and because of the decrease in the funding, it's something they are anticipating not doing now unless there are some additional funding sources that come up. And if y'all recall back, there are gateway grants that DOT sponsors yearly. However, they weren't necessarily for signage, they were for plantings and so forth, and it has to be outside of the clear zones. And if you're coming in 21, which is where they wanted to do it, the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit was being clear zone for 16 to 22 feet. It's in the bushes. You know, there was just nowhere to do it. We would have to do it on private property, which is fine to do. We just couldn't do it with the gateway grants.
But we could tell them that instead of putting that money into visitors' ads, we would like them this year to fund the sign.
I was wondering how they priced on it. Was there a previous dollar amount in that?
I think they may have gotten some ballpark estimates. It was one of the things that a previous leadership class worked on, and through that, there was some rough estimates. I don't know if they have an exact dollar figure.
What if the tax comes in at a higher rate than what?
I'm sorry, maybe.
What if we end up collecting more tax, what's going on?
Well, our agreement with them is based on 4/5 of what we collect go to them. So we collect more than they get 4/5 of whatever we collect. If you're asking what do they spend it on, that's a great question, because their budget's based on what they believe their receipts are.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, because it might be best, just like we did, where we prioritized and said, because we don't know about the money, here's, look at 1, 2, and 3 is a priority, we know we'll get that much. But if we get more, here's 4, 5, and 6. And I guess my line of thinking was, if they ended up collecting more than what this is because they're receiving a percent basis, could we say that the next item would be to go to try to erect that gateway sign?
I think we probably, again, I hate to throw down on the spot, but she's nodding, so she messed up. We'll get her up here. And I asked Rick, I think Rick had something he had to do tonight, he was unable, so he sent me a comment.
Diana Effingham, currently the president of the chamber. Rick's out of town, death in the family. His father-in-law passed away, so he'll be out of town. But as far as the gateway sign, I don't know the numbers on that. This budget, we tried to focus as much as we could on the tourism portion of it. So that's why with the Savannah Visitors Guide, we obviously can't reach the numbers that they reach. So by having that ad in there, we reach much further than that. So to try to get folks into the county to visit the places that we have. The tourism brochure, we have just revised that to include the Mars, and we've got several other things across the county, again, to focus on the tourism. So I don't have a number for the gateway sign. Rick would probably have that number.
My question was, because you've got actually 3 things here with a dollar amount.
Right.
If you completed those things with a dollar amount and more funds came in, do you think you guys would be willing to say, whatever those funds were, we'll start working at our fourth project has to be that one, in a priority position.
I mean, we could do that. On the tourism brochure, you'll notice there that $13.50 is actually half of the cost of the brochure. And those brochures are they are in the various locations in Savannah and at the Visitor Center. And so they're distributed in several different places. So that it's right now we're only covering half of that cost from the hotel motel tax.
I understand the benefit towards tourism, but when we get them here, we need a decent looking gateway for one to come back. Yeah.
True. And like I said, I don't remember the cost of that, but I want to say it was several $1,000s. Like, I don't know, maybe $15,000, $20,000. Private property, I do remember some of those details.
It was going to be a great sign, a nice big sign.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope that we have that problem to worry about when the more funds come in.
Right. But sorry, I couldn't give you, I don't have the number specific to it to know if we're talking about, right now we're expecting right around $9,000, I guess. If the sign was $20,000, then that's of course a larger undertaking versus $10,000. I just really don't have a number perspective.
Can you, and I'm not sure you can, let money accrue, like set aside money every year until that bill, I don't know if.
I'm not sure if the,
I'm just curious.
Please help me, Dr. Osk.
If you're interested in simply doing the gateway sign, and it's one of those things that the board wishes to do quickly, we could perhaps do it like we've done other things, where we extend those funds, have it done, and then have this money come off of that, or a percentage of this money come off of that.
I don't think I would want to do that.
Okay.
This is their priority first, and I was trying to say, if more comes in after
Right.
priority, would you be willing to do that?
Okay.
And I think we need to be careful not micromanaging the
I'm not trying
chamber
to
with these
dic-
funds
I'm not-
either, because
I'm not trying to dictate to them at all. I just wanted to know, wanted to understand if they'd be amenable to that, because to me, that is one thing that I feel the most, you talk about citizen comments, that our gateway doesn't look good.
right, and I would
If we're
agree.
talking about tourism, they're not coming back if we don't make it, a good thing for them to be here.
True, true.
It's just not anything I have to tie you to. I just
Okay. And we had hoped, like you said, that the funds would be greater, and that was one of our projects, but we had to eliminate it on the cost.
How did it come in about half of what we projected?
I have no idea.
We honestly had no idea. We tried to get an average occupancy of rooms and a price and
Right.
project out what it would be. I mean, it was a shot in the dark at best.
there was no historical data.
There was no historical
Right.
data we had whatsoever. And some of these motel operators are not the most best bookkeepers. There's another drawer underneath the bottom sometimes. It's what was turned in, I guess. So I've heard. I've never been.
I know there was due diligence done to try to get the best number, but as you said, there's not a historical number out there available. It's not reported such that you can break it out.
I think in part we also used the commodity report that we had at the time, and I think we used the highest of that to set the upper level of that budget, if I recall correctly.
That's all I wanted to see. I wanted to see what the revenues were and where they were going, so. No one else has a question? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to take the alternative one.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposed? So reviewed.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration to approve a warranty deed easement for the county pump station in Park West subdivision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the time that this staff report was prepared and the agenda item was submitted to the clerk for inclusion in your books, there has been a change made to this particular issue by the attorney for the property owner, the Turnstone Group, or as they own REO Funding Solutions. They actually are asking, their attorney is asking that the plat be changed to be included of the transformer that sits outside of the property the actual boundary of the lift station. So that has been resurveyed. It is supposed to be brought into the zoning administrator at some point this week and re-recorded, and then we'll get a new deed with a new acreage and a new plat book and page reference. So since all that stuff is not done at this point, my recommendation would be that you just table this to the next meeting. We should have this ready next time.
All right. Motion to table to, will it be done by the next meeting, do you think?
I would like to think so, but it's out of our control. It's a situation where we're waiting on them to come in with the, re-record the deed and for them to come in with a revised deed. So it's not as if I can tell you for certain that it will be.
Because if we were just to remove it.
You certainly could do that as well. I mean, it's completely up to y'all.
Until such time as you can bring it back.
Either way, yes.
It may be better, because if you don't, the first meeting in July is up at, I don't know what that date will be until later in the meeting.
I would either rather table it to the second meeting in July, or
you just remove it.
Let's just move it.
If you want to just remove it, and we'll just put it back on the agenda when we get the details that we need back from that.
To remove that item until such time the staff has the proper documentation for presentation to the board.
Make a motion to approve till we get some more information on it.
To remove.
To remove or approve?
To remove.
To remove.
Thank you.
I'll second remove.
Motion and second to remove this item. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, discussion on the acceptance of Dixie Drive for county ownership and maintenance.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I actually don't know when we received it. The county received a petition signed by 26 people, which appears to be most every resident of that particular street, for the county to accept the responsibility of maintenance of Dixie Drive. It's a little over half a mile long. It is a dirt road. It's within a 60-foot easement. There were two subdivisions, Dixie Estates and Dixie Manor, one basically built on either side of this particular road. The current owners of the 60-foot right-of-ways, Grady, Huron, and Eva R. Benson, I believe is the way that's pronounced, who were the original two owners. Each had half undivided interest in each piece of this baked out. I have spoken with Public Works. They went out and looked at it. They estimate $3,300 to $4,000 to get it into a shape that they can begin to maintain. Once it's in that maintenance, they anticipate $50 to $100 a month. This road is located directly across from Kiefer Hill Road, which is a dirt road that we also maintain. So they would just have to take the motor grader across the paved road and maintain this half mile and back on whatever route they continue on from there. Sir?
I'm sorry, finish.
Now, I was just going to say, we went through the zoning file. This thing was done in 1989. It's very sparse. There were 3 letters on each subdivision approving a preliminary plan, final plan, and stating they needed health department approval in the middle. I don't know that this was a mini farm subdivision. The lots aren't 5 acres. There doesn't appear to be anything deed restricting us from ever taking these. However, there is no dedication language on the plat. It would seem that they were intended to be private. I don't know. Everything that was in the files in this book.
What was the $3,300, $4,000? What was that?
Did I include the email? I believe I put Jerry's email in here.
It's in there, all of the dirt.
Correct. And just, you can see what he said. It was dirt. He said 30 to 40 loads of dirt to reestablish the crown, and he has a price for that. 3 days of labor, blading, compacting area, and pulling the ditches. So I put his email so I didn't misrepresent what he had said that cost.
For y'all who don't know the area, this is a road that's very similar to the Hadley Road problems and stuff in North Indian County, except in this case, there is a right-of-way, it's full width right-of-way, so there's no land acquisition that has to be done. But there are 20 some odd homes back in there that they're not interested in being a paved road, they just want a dirt road grade and put on the maintenance list. And Mr. Grady Ron, I believe, is going to still be the actual owner of the property that the road would be. He's going to convey it.
It
So
appears
that we
that,
would then be on, is that what you're saying? Yeah.
yeah, I think it's both of them. We got with the tax assessor, and I actually put this in CAD code over it all, and it does look like it's taken from both parcels, of which if you see the deed on the very front of it, that there's this page 7 of 16, it came out of between parcel 1 and 2, and both of them, if you look at those two deeds, had a half undivided interest in each of the parcels. Again, that's a legal question to be cleared up. Regardless, you know, it's certainly Mr. Grady and possibly Ms. Eve also.
Well, I want to ask a question so that I understand. You know, when a subdivision is developed, then there are requirements on the developer to build it up to a certain standard. And with the thinking supposedly that if you build it to that standard, the county's going to take it over. Under what terms does and has the county taken over dirt roads? I don't understand. Because there's nothing being contributed there. You know, there's not hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent to make a road that's going to last a certain number of years. It's just a dirt road. So why would, after 20-something years, I would say longer than that, I mean, why would we take ownership on somebody's private dirt road? I don't
know the conditions. Somebody else would have to. I know we've taken a bunch of these mini farm roads. We asked them and took quite a few of them. I don't know under what auspices it was done. I wasn't here. I don't know.
And this was really didn't fall in the mini farm category because of the acreage on the lines. It was just a
why would we do it? I don't know what I'm missing.
Yeah.
Toss is right. I think when they did the Ash Road project, they did take some mini farm roads. The whole idea of mini farm subdivisions was to allow people to develop on dirt roads with 5-acre minimum lots, and those roads would stay private. There was never any intention for them to become county roads. This may even predate mini farms, I'm not sure. But you know, the mini farm subdivision requirement was they had to be 5-acre minimum lots, and as Paul said, these are not. Some of them are 2.5, 3.5. So this may have been one of sort of the predecessors that led to the mini farm rule. I'm not sure. You know, it predates.
And again, it was done in '89. That's why we were trying to get back to the zoning file to see what information was in there. There's just not a lot of information to tell us what they were thinking at the time.
I just don't understand why we take over a dirt road, a private dirt road. I don't understand.
That's a policy decision for the board.
There is a policy to do it.
That's a policy decision for the board to make.
Right, and I need to hear an intelligent reason to do it to go along with that policy, so that's why I'm asking if anybody has one.
What's the difference in upkeeping a dirt road or one that's been paved or got ash on it?
What I stated originally is on the dirt road, it's just a dirt road that nobody's been asked to get up to a certain standard for us to take. In fact, they're asking us to get it to a better standard for them.
It was actually built to the standard, when I say standard, at the time that the standard was, which was a dirt road, and it was approved. The folks who live in this area, they've been following what the board's been doing. And that's what was expressed to me was, if we're going to make the argument that we have subdivisions that are unfinished and the county's going to take these subdivision roads over and finish them because there are taxpayers in there paying taxes. Well, you've got 28 or so rather large houses in there that's paying huge amounts of taxes, and they're following along and they're saying, well, why can't we go and do something with ours now? Because for years I've been telling them, your subdivision was a dirt road subdivision, it was built to be a dirt road, and there's nothing that can be done. But since we are going down this path, that's why they brought this petition to us.
I personally think it's two different complete scenarios because there's a standard under which someone has built roads that the people in the subdivision have paid hundreds of thousands for built roads. And the taxes that I looked up, they're not paying anywhere near the taxes. I looked some up on that road, $400 a year. So it's not the same situation. They're paying $4,000.
They're still paying taxes on it.
That's right.
I understand that.
So, and this is the problem of opening that door that we've opened now. And I mean, I believe folks have a legitimate.
So let me ask you this way then. When we started allowing subdivisions to be approved and requiring people to get those up to a certain standard that we can record a plat, then what you're saying is every road in Effingham County we should own, I guess.
That has been said, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Because under this scenario, we're gonna have to take them all, everybody's road, everybody's private road, unless they just don't want us to.
Well, that's what was voted on. If it was a road that was a deed, was prepared, and taxes were paid.
This road's been designed to be taken by the county.
I
This was
thought,
a private road.
Not necessarily.
Right?
Not necessarily. It was, that's what's not clear about this. There's nothing on there that says it was to be a private road forever. That's what I've been saying, but that's not clear in this, anywhere in the paperwork. It was just at the time you could build a dirt road subdivision, and that's what this was. When the Ash Road project started, these folks didn't want ash in their subdivision, so they asked and didn't want to give the property, so that's why it was excluded from the Ash Road.
You don't accept one, we didn't accept one.
then they're gonna have to have their taxes raised. So
Or what?
if you want it to be fair and equal, then they're gonna have to have the taxes. You know, when they do a tax assessment, they
How about the
do,
ones we did?
can I finish? I'm sorry, can I finish?
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
thanks. They do an assessment and they increase people's taxes based on location in this county. If you're on the south of the county, you get a certain rate that you pay a higher rate. If you have subdivision road, you pay a higher rate. Those are the factors that exist. But it sounds like we want to have everybody on the same fire code and everybody on the same benefit system, but not being recorded at the same rate of tax.
How about Red Oak? We okayed that one, and there's not even a house in there. There's nobody paying anything, and the lots haven't been sold yet.
The developer has already paid enough tax. We went through that at their meeting. There was months, years that they were paying thousands of dollars on each lot per lot and getting no service. I know. We just need to vote.
Well, if this had been planned to be a county road, I could support it.
Well, it was. It's a county, but it was a dirt road subdivision that was approved by the county to be a dirt road. It was asked to be put on the ASH program, and the folks in there asked for it not to be. So it would have been paved with ash and would have been a county road. That's thus the 60-foot easement. Because if it was going to be a private road and intended to be completely private, there would have been a 60-foot.
Have they ever attempted to?
And, let me finish,
I'm
please.
sorry.
And there's also the argument that we've been using lately. These people can't get FHA financing because they're on a private road. So we've used that argument in other places, so that applies here too.
But what you're saying is, because it is a subdivision, it's considered a subdivision as a subdivision name, is that right?
Yes.
So you're not saying every dirt road in Effingham County is privately owned, but you're saying any subdivisions that are dirt roads. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Because that could be more reasonable if that was the intent at the time. But have they never brought it before the board before today? They're just bringing it now? So they believe it was the intent. And
Partially because this commissioner's been telling them that I didn't think it would rise to the level to be accepted, because I consider it to be a dirt road. But because of how we are proceeding with others, that's what's brought this up.
Toss,
And I believe they have an argument.
do you know at the time that the Ash project went forward and the mini farm subdivisions and stuff like that, were those roads then dedicated to the county, or do we know?
At the time the mini farms were built, they were never intended to be county roads. Now, like I stated before, how they went from that to being asked to becoming county, I don't know that process.
And the reason I ask, I did a mini farm subdivision over off of Georgia Highway 17 called Edgewood Farms. And I know it's got ash on it now. I mean, I sold the lots out.
And most of those, when the county asked them, we then turned in those LRAs, local road acceptance forms to GDOT and started claiming those roads. I don't know if we're on the right way or not. I never went back and actually checked one.
Did the county take those?
I don't know. Edgewood Drive is the name of the only road in there.
Did you transfer ownership of the road?
How many subdivisions do we have with dirt roads? How many of those do we have?
I'm just curious, did you put like an HOA?
Are you familiar with those?
I don't know of another one. Most of the rest of them got asked on.
Well, one of them off of Low Ground Farms, I guess is that the name of it? That we actually went in and repaired on our Act Road list. It's one of the ones that we're in there repaired. That was a mini farm. It started as a mini farm.
I can't think of another one off the top of my head.
Because the caveat that you mentioned, I never thought about that it was truly a subdivision, because you just don't do dirt roads in a subdivision. So I was thinking it's just privately on a road that's a house to built off of, but if it's a true subdivision, that may make it a little different.
No, Mr. Jones, sorry. In fact, if you look at page 9 and 10 of your book, you'll see the subdivision plan. There's a certificate of approval and recording which says that Dixie Manor is the one I'm looking at, has been found to comply with the Effingham County subdivision regulations, was approved at the regular meeting of the Effingham County Planning Commission. So,
Dated when though?
ma'am,
Dated when?
10th day of March or April 1989. I can't read the date.
30 something years ago.
And again, that's why I can't tell you what the regs were at that time, but apparently it was deemed to comply, whomever was on the planning board at that, Ms. Fitzgerald's time. So, they believed at the time it didn't comply with whatever the subdivision regulations were then. It was clearly done as a subdivision.
And that's also before it was even conceived of putting ash or paving a lot of these roads. There was dirt roads everywhere.
So no design standards existed at the time, most likely.
What surprises me is this is actually a 60-foot right-of-way. Because so many of these things were done
with an easement, an access easement across other property.
So the fact that it's platted that way, it's a subdivision, that it's clearly intended, this is a subdivision and a subdivision road. Personally, I would tend to believe we should accept it.
Well, we can look at also, we look at each one individually, the fact that it is.
This one is.
Fits as far as owning the property, under the right of way. It's not a minimum repair.
I didn't really think that way. But if it's a true subdivision, it's a little different.
So it's a discussion item. I guess what we need to do is just say.
Is that all this is discussion?
Yeah.
It is here, but here is actually a recommendation.
Yeah, and I believe that was a mess up.
That was.
It should be consideration instead of a discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
But it's
Well, if it's
reported as a
consideration, we
second,
can give direction.
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, Edgewood Road is shown as a county road.
Yeah.
It what, I'm sorry?
It's a county road.
And I got a feeling that it's the county, because the county by law could not have gone in and put county equipment on private roads.
They're not supposed to.
Well, let's not go down that. All right. After discussion of this, I would entertain a motion to put this on for, can I do that?
Yeah.
For consideration. I think that the record would show that it was on our agenda and that anybody that had any concerns over it would have been here for the discussion if they.
Are you put on consideration for tonight?
Well, you still need a deed.
Sir?
Are you in consideration for tonight?
Yeah.
You do it for the next meeting.
You still need a deed.
Some people aren't anticipating.
You still need a deed.
Sir?
You still need a deed based on your staff report.
Okay.
There's not a deed for this one. This one's a little trickier, if you will, to beyond my abilities, I think. There's not, normally it's as easy as saying the right of way is shown on so-and-so plat. This one sort of hangs off of each plat. I don't have to get with legal counsel to figure out whether we can use the plats and reference them and feel good about it, or whether we need any other plat done.
All right. So can I ask if it's the general opinion of this board that staff should go forward with preparing of a deed present to this board.
Well, I don't have a problem with that, but I'm trying to understand now, there's not one recorded plat as a subdivision? There's two different.
There's two.
There's two of them.
Yeah, if you look in your book, there's basically the road, there were two parcels that sat side by side, and the road was done dead down the middle of it. So it actually shows up on two different plats. I think you can probably reference the two plats and be okay.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have staff prepare the deed and everybody.
Can you prepare a deed that encompasses both, is that what you're saying? Or you have to have two deeds?
Yeah.
I think there's two property owners.
Yeah.
I can't hear.
I think there's two property owners.
One would have to convey their half undivided interest in their half of the road, and the other one in.
Have they both agreed to that?
Mr. Gray, could you come up and say one?
Yeah.
Has both parties agreed to that, do you know?
I'm not.
Just state your name, for the record.
Grady Ron.
Is it still two individual, property owners? I believe that was your sister, the other property owner?
You what now?
Is the two parcels, is it still two separate owners?
Right, yeah.
Well, it was. The road itself, though, all of the road is in your name. Is that right? Or is the road?
Well, it was built, the subdivision was put in there before the county required paving. You know, but they would accept.
Line work it down the right way?
And
so technically, the way, what we're seeing right now, see how it's blown up on the screen there?
right.
There's that dotted line running down the center, kind of running diagonally down the road. One side of it would technically be yours, and
Right.
the other side would technically have been your sister's.
Right.
But
So-
at the time they were split, they were both, each of you owned a half undivided interest to each tract. So they both owned a half undivided interest
Right.
tract to each side. So both of them own the piece on the left and both of them own the piece on the right.
Okay.
So they both have to sign both?
Correct.
And is your sister amenable to doing that?
There was no problem getting your sister to do this.
Well, I didn't know.
Is your sister open to doing that, signing the deed over to the county for her portion?
I'm sorry, I can't
Will
hear you.
will your sister sign for the county to take this part of property over? Will your sister sign something, releasing her part of it to the
Yes,
county?
you would, yeah.
Okay.
We know you will, because you're here,
Right.
but your sister will do
Yes,
it
she
too,
would.
right?
She's in Washington State, but she would.
Okay.
All right. So I have a consensus for the staff to move forward to getting the deeds to present.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Then we'll take that. All right, further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Grady.
So are we going to put it on the next agenda, or?
I think it should be as soon as it's ready.
Yeah, I think
Let
staff.
them get everything prepared, or get it in Washington, and then we'll just put it back on the agenda.
We just,
It's a discussion, and we'll take it.
discuss?
Yes, when y'all get it ready, then put it on. Next item, consideration to execute an agreement for architecture and engineering services with CHA Sports for State Route 119 Recreation Complex improvements.
As you're aware, on May 5th, the board accepted a proposal from CHA Sports and Hudson Valley Architecture and Engineering Services for the improvements to SR 119 Recreation Complex. This is their contract. The contract covers stakeholder coordination, programming, revised master planning for that site, project phasing, scheduling, bid packages, and construction documentation for the total sum of $79,500. It has been reviewed by the county attorney, and the work is anticipated to take approximately 4 months. $1.755 million has been set aside in the short-term work program, of which $79.5 will be used for the services contained in this agreement. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions?
Yeah, I talked to Adam about, this particular firm, if they could look at countywide, because it looks like they focus on recreation, and taking a countywide look at all recreation. Kind of a master plan, we call it, or
Feasibility study.
yeah.
You want to do that for the, just second month?
I don't think they'll do it, and say that's the problem.
Well,
That's, did they ever, I know you talked to them, did they ever come back with a lump sum of what it might be?
I did ask them for ballpark. They wanted to know exactly, as we discussed, what the goal is, what the final outcome we're looking for is. And then number two, they wanted to know every site that we had and what level of detail we were looking for in those. I didn't provide those. It's not a insignificant figure, and it is not an astounding figure.
You gonna share it?
I would say most likely over 10,000 of those $1 bills.
Well, and my only point is, it just sounds like a good opportunity with a firm that can look at recreation countywide, and I don't know what this board's opinion is. Do we need to step back and look at all facilities?
Well, we're ramping their stuff up and doing stuff. Do we need to be spending money down at Ocean?
No, I'm not, yeah.
But I mean, they may come up and say, hey,
And
this is what you need to do.
And what I don't want to do, if we need to really actively pursue more land near the 119 to do it right, I would rather do that than
doing it halfway. But this number does not include the feasibility of 119.
No, this just come up when I looked at this.
I think the question is, we found these people capable. Should we ask this firm for a number to provide that service?
Why don't we see how this goes with these people?
But
See how they
Because you don't be designing it.
based on
I think the idea is,
What's there,
if we need to
That's kind of
pursue additional land to expand, we may not want to do this, we may want to do something a little different on this facility.
And I'm not trying to change gears on this project at all, or anything like that. I just want to look, what's the best use of that property? Do we need to acquire this property there? Do we
Now, in the past, and that's all it was, is even with the additional property, this plan stayed the same. They were just going to add, I believe, 2 additional soccer fields to the acquired property. So it did not change anything. If that were still the case, it wouldn't affect this. It would just be somebody saying, yes, you need to do that and make it work.
So
Pursue
the
that.
grading, so the grading stays the same, everything stays the same.
In that plan, the one that's done previously.
How much more land is available?
It's quite a large tract that's for sale. They weren't trying to purchase the entire piece
A lot of it's wetlands and it goes
to the creek.
to the creek, so.
The pond was spillway on 119, whatever creek that is, that it emptied into it, it goes from there back behind,
Jack Brown.
not the funeral home, over, on the Cedar.
Lakeview.
Lakeview, thank you. So it's kind of an L-shaped piece that goes between Jack Branch
And
and.
Patrick Graham is here with CHA, if you'd like to address any questions directed to him. He's listened to all our budget.
Well, I know that, I mean, clearly the rec department saw the need, because they were actively looking at the additional property. At some point, I think that preceded me.
Yeah, I believe it was soccer field they were trying to have.
If I remember, it's one ball field and one soccer, multi-purpose field.
Did they get to the point of knowing how much that was going to cost for the land?
No, sir.
We had 477 plugged, and the only thing I know is they said that we weren't even on the same sheet using us as the property owner, because they had tried to purchase it in the past. It's for sale, there's a for sale sign on it, the entire tract, it's just what they wanted for it was not. I don't know what that number was, I just know it was obviously 477, didn't touch it.
I just don't want to spend $1 to save a dime if it's not truly a long-term solution to the county.
But this is not throwaway money. This
agreement is to do the proposal that was bid, that was approved by the.
which would be unaffected based on the previous plan, the previous concept. This would just be added off to the side, and I was trying to find it, I don't remember where I put it, quite frankly, to show you that previous plan.
Do you have anything that you want to say? I could tell that you were itching.
Sure.
to Get up.
No, I'm not itching, but I'm happy to introduce myself. My name is Patrick Graham. I'm the Savannah office manager for CHA Sports. Obviously, we're pleased to have the opportunity to do some work with the county. As was stated, we responded to a very specific RFP, and so that's where we developed our fee from. One of the initial steps in this whole process will be doing a visioning or programming exercise. And so that's sitting down with the key stakeholders that are identified by county staff to look at the SR 119 facility and see what staff really wants to do there. And so as part of that, there may be opportunities to of course make some changes and some additions or deletions. So we're willing to be flexible, certainly, and to work with you as best as we can.
And see, in this plan, this was the additional land to be acquired. You see the field is still in the same location, and all this up front, I ain't even show you this, but I'm gonna predispose you to this.
You didn't show me that.
This is the most efficient use of this property. But this is just what we had come up with, but this was what the additional land was. So the only point was if we did the same thing, what we have under contract with them up here would not be effective. It would not be for long. If again, this is what we did now, if they came back and said, you don't want to do that, you want to put this field over here, and this field down here, and this building over there, then yes, it would be well spent. But I think we've almost shoehorned this in about the time we can get it. So.
Yeah, and as part of the whole programming exercise, I mean, what we really think that we can bring to the table is a lot of expertise with these type of facilities. So one of the first things we want to do is really identify what is the budget that you're going to be working with for construction. And then through the programming exercise, we can say, okay, well, if you want this type of field, it's going to be about this much. And if you want this type of multi-purpose field, it's going to be about that much. And then we can put all those in there and say, all right, well, here's your budget. Here's what you can afford to do at this stage. And then we proceed into the design stage after all this is approved in terms of what the vision and what the program is going to be for the facility.
And I think the problem a lot of times has been why you end up kind of, instead of changing everything, because you can't afford for those fields to be out of service for an extended period of time. So I'd like to know what we can do there.
Well, without speaking for Patrick, which I'm not doing, it sounds like, if we can work on the programming phase of this, he may then identify if there's additional things needed. In other words, if we start moving these elements around, it makes sense, and which point we like to come back and go over additional work, or something to ask for that, and speak on which is the I don't know that, and I don't know, Commissioner Kiefer, if it's just this field you want to look at, or comprehensively county-wide, which is a different scope, a different contract altogether. The two could run concurrently. We could always ask them to bring that back, or to approve it or not approve it, at your discretion, to move forward. But again, I don't know that it's going to hurt moving forward with this one.
And I'm fine with that. I felt that's what the point was working for.
Part of their scope services for this project is a revised master plan for this site. So I would say that all of that should be coming forward without having to put words in his mouth. That's what his proposal says it's going to be. So
that's exactly
but
right.
that is contained for just this site.
Correct. And again, that's for the expansion of the gym. Is how if this building's gone, what does the parking look like? Obviously, we keep the library and the health department, in some of these equipment buildings. But how does this site function? That's what the master plan is for. And then developing plans to construct all of this, which obviously is not what we asked you for. We asked you for this back part, but we believe that that'll be, by the time we get there, be about time to move this one.
That's right. And in terms of our fee, in terms of, even if you're looking at including the additional property, I mean, that's not going to affect the visioning programming budget. That's not going to affect the master plan budget. That's all going to be the same. It's just in terms of what you want to do for the design and construction plans. And that's all going to depend on what you've got for budget.
In the scope of your work, is it conceivable at all that you would get involved in this piece of property and say, you just cannot fit it on this piece of property and you need to put it somewhere else?
Well, what we asked for, Mr. Chairman, was just to pull down the fencing, the sod, the lighting, and basically rebuild the field where they're at with revamped drainage and so forth. But, we really haven't asked them to come up and start moving pieces around. We basically just asked them to put back what was there. Most of the master plans on the front of the site were buildings, the existing gym. It's shown now to come out this way, it looks like. Well, maybe it goes that way, or maybe I'm backward. Those sorts of things.
My concern is because we have this piece of property and because we have something there, that we're fixing to spend a lot of money on a piece of property, and when we get finished, it's still going to be inadequate. That's my concern. I don't think the site's big enough to do what we need to do with it.
It's clearly not. We're pursuing additional properties. But I mean, it's a good point, but when we get done, we're salvaging obviously the land and the irrigation system. That's about the only keys that we have here. Everything else is a brand new facility.
What I need to know, is that a 30-year solution? I'd say 30, whatever this board deems is.
That's, obviously that's not anything we can answer at this point. But that depends on a lot of different variables and what y'all want to do and what kind of budget you want to maintain. I guess one thing I can say, just from our experience with other clients, is that most county recreation facilities are going to larger complexes. I mean, like this one or maybe larger, as opposed to lots of distributed fields, because the operational cost ends up being more efficient to get everybody to one location and to maintain multiple fields at one location, as opposed to having them spread all across multiple locations across the county. So I can give that sort of anecdotal information I can give you at this point.
And I will say, for your benefit, it was researching your company that kind of led me to thinking down, what do we really need to do? What do y'all think?
Well, it just looks like the scope of what we're being asked to do is to give them a contract to take this piece of property and tell us how to best manage it into a finished product. And I just have concerns that it's not a big enough piece of property. I think I don't know. I would like, there are some other tracts of land around that I don't even know what it costs or anything else, but it would be nice to have a nice, large sports complex with other things that you can't pack in that spot.
And I find, moving forward like this, and,
What I could offer is that, through that sort of visioning and programming exercise, that's when we get information on what it is that you want to do and what are staff's needs in terms of recreation fields. And we may get through that programming exercise and say, yeah, this property is too small. That could be something that comes out of it. And at that point, it's possible to sort of stop that contract and then take a look at something different. So that would be one approach. And at least that way you've got some information then that you can use for planning purposes.
And that's why I like his statement about a study to countywide so that we could try to address those questions as to whether or not this is where we need to be spending this money. I mean, it's SPLOST money, but once we spend it, it's gone.
Would it be advantageous at this point to approve the contract and release, ask for a revised breakdown by per phase? So to phase the actual price so that we get through programming and master planning for this site, with the caveat that we don't move forward with any additional work or incur any additional expenditures with CHA until we get to that point, so that it would be brought back before this board at that time. That would be our modus operandi.
I definitely want to engage these guys. Would be my, if that's the way to do it.
And I think, do you do that, or do you ask them to come out with a different proposal for a countywide study and see what that says first? I don't know what the board's even leaning towards.
And I don't know either, I just can't do
Like a lot of things, if you don't intend to relocate those, it's probably not very useful.
This county just has a track record of spending money on facilities just because we own that facility, and then we put money into it and it's not wisely spent. You understand?
Oh, so, yeah, I can understand.
This is nothing against your company. I just don't want to spend one dime. But then again, I know Clarence is back there wanting something to get moving because we've been talking about this for a while.
I just think it's important for me to mention to Patrick and to CHA that we did exactly what was asked of us.
Sure.
You know, I don't want you to think that, you know.
Sure. And hate that you have to work for a board that throws you curves from time to time. Clarence, come up here. I want to ask you a question, please. And I do this at great hesitation because sometimes when I get you started, I can't get you to stop talking. So,
Especially about this capacity.
you've been recreation director for a long time. What is your opinion? You have seen this county grow. Do you think that site, if we spend this money on that site, it's going to be what we're going to need for the next 20, 30 years?
Probably not, for simple reason because this facility is used probably 365 days a year. But as for alternatives, where would we put something like this with 2 or 3 more fields? In the place it is now, without going towards south and making it further for the people in Springfield and northern part of the county to drive.
I think there's some options.
I think
in the very near vicinity.
But this is the only option we have right now, and we've been promising people in the county, in the Summit County, a facility now since we got Sand Hill.
I understand.
And I'm not.
And I think if we could secure this land to the right side, and we would try to swap land with them with the county, and they wouldn't even do that. If we could get that other land, I think that would suffice us for a while. But to say the least, now we got more participants in this area than we do in the south end of the county.
That's right. Okay.
And that's why these facilities is used so much.
Well, without just rolling it out of my mouth, I think there's some options for some land that we actually already own and some that we might can acquire. But I'd like to know, number one, the feasibility of acquiring additional property there before we make a decision.
The one immediately adjacent to this?
Yeah.
When's the last time y'all broached that?
We tried to do a land swap 4 or 5 years ago.
Who owns the land?
2 or 3 wards out of Savannah. I can't remember the name. I mean, and they've been unreasonable for it, trying to get it. And we don't even want the front. We just want the back
We don't want frontage. And we still couldn't even come close. Well,
You got to approach them that they need a tax write-off. Because the lawyers make so much money. I'll quit picking on you. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, how's the best way to proceed with these guys?
If you'd like to study this site, I would say let's do it in phases. We need to most likely come back with another contract to do that, so they can break up their lump sum fee in agreeable phases. If you'd like to, for us to talk with CHA individually about providing a feasibility study for where we need to locate a site of this nature and magnitude for the next 30 years, we can do that as well. The board has the ability to suspend competitive pricing for a project of this size.
I just assumed.
I would just as soon table this thing to the second meeting of July. I'm not just trying to push something along. And let's get bids on what to do, a comprehensive study, so we've got a little bit of intelligence as I move forward.
A lot of bids are appropriate these days.
Yeah.
I mean, I would prefer to work with these folks just, we've gone this far.
I have no problem with using.
Okay, I heard you say bid.
But looking at
Numbers.
But looking at it comprehensively as a possibility of this is not the right location, I agree with that, because we need to do some smart long-term planning.
And we're not trying to put you off. I'm talking to you too, Blair, but I just hate to spend money and it not be the right place. Okay?
A Band-Aid.
And by the time we get that, let's see if we can't make one more contact with these people and just get a number, find out something. And I will get with you sometime this week and tell you my other ideas, and maybe y'all can start exploring those as well.
Can I say one word?
This
is not only an option. If we knew we had more land, we might have went another route.
Of course.
Oh, I would love to see a facility like in Statesboro, quite honestly. I mean, and I think this county would.
I would love that.
Yeah. And you can't do it there. And we might grow into it.
So do the citizens.
Yeah. Okay, so can I have a motion to table this to our second meeting in July?
I'll make a motion to table for the second meeting in July.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Sorry you came all that way and don't have a firm agreement.
Good news, we have needs and recreation.
Yeah. Well, I'll just tell my boss that y'all want to design a sports facility like something in Statesboro. He'd be happy about that.
Well, I'll tell you what. If that's what you need to work towards, then you will start. You know that and you work towards it, and you take the millions of them and you put it towards that and work towards that, rather than spending it and then 10 years from now, you've outgrown what you spent. You've got to try to find the money again.
It's a very prudent use of resources.
It's hard to find it the first time.
Make yourself in the corner.
Thank you.
Thank you much. Consideration to accept a quote from Integrated Science and Engineering Incorporated for surveying, environmental, and engineering design services for the Effingham mine property.
Yes, sir, this is following up on a previous discussion with the board, in which there was some money allocated to go forward with a study of this particular facility. As all of y'all know, it was acquired as a sand mine that was never reclaimed after the previous owner left. It is in need of a reclamation plan. It's some extensive work to the banks of this particular property to even get the state mining permit removed from it. That was tried at some point past, and the state basically said you have to reclaim it to be able to do that. So basically, we issued a request for quote or bid here, request for quote, advertised received 4 proposals, with the low bidder being Integrated Science and Engineering, with a bid price of $69,241 to do this work. You will recall previously there was $50,000 allocated to this particular project from short-term work program that came from the OLMER monies, I guess, that was transferred over. This particular bid is to get a topographic survey of the site, a hydrographic survey of the actual lake, so that we can know how much the bank need to extend down into the water, actually tie that out in, and know what's down there, quite frankly. A phase 1 environmental assessment just to make sure there's no issues. There was one done in the past that did identify some debris and so forth that were all remediated after the fact, and there were letters following up on all that. We just wanted an updated environment phase 1, a wetland delineation, and a reclamation plan that can be sent to the state surface mining units, the BPD, to actually, then we can price the work, instead of just guessing at it, we'll know how much material needs to be moved to actually do that. The next step obviously will be to solicit contractors to actually perform the work. And with that being said, the staff recommendation on this is if the board wants to continue through and do this actual work, this is a tool that we need to get there. If there's not a desire to finish the project, this is not very valuable information. So, we would, first off, we want to bring some additional funding in for the short-term work program to cover the cost of it. And then one would think we want to commit to the additional funding, which, when it was estimated some years ago, which was a complete, I'll say guess, an educated guess, without the lack of topo, just looking at what was there, it was estimated somewhere between $280,000 and $380,000 to actually perform the work necessary just to reclaim this site and get it over to the public.
So we spend this money, and then we don't have anything budgeted to do the work. And then after you do the work, you're gonna have to put money into the budget somewhere to operate it, or do something to open it to the public, right?
And for the sake of what we're doing right now, would the LiDAR data not be sufficient for the topographic survey, not hydro, but the topo?
It may, we've looked at it, it doesn't appear with all the vegetation, and I think there was some issues off the water. We didn't really get our hydro enforced, or the brake line enforced on it, so that those berms on the side don't come out real well.
But for the sake of where we are, a plus or minus of 6 inches is.
Well, it's not the 6 inches, it's the fact that you have some berms coming off of it, the way there's no brake line, it sort of runs out into the swamp. It doesn't really show a clear berm on it. But RC and I sort of looked into that a little bit.
Because that's over half of the cost.
We can go back and, I don't know if you can speak to this or not, and adjust some of the scope. Now, the topographic survey was not just the banks of the facility, it was the upland portions as well, so that we would know what we could do with those in the future. So it's a possibility that we could adjust that scope and reduce the amount of topographic survey within it. Hydrographic is what it is, it's confined to the lake. And the wetlands and all are a minimal part of the overall project. So I don't
There's
know.
something back at some point that we might could use the back part and actually create wetlands that we could use to.
There were some plans in the past that taken, as you recall, it's broken up into multiple lakes, if you will, some of those and convert them into wetlands. There's approximately 40 acres in the rear that we actually purchased with green space program monies. I'm trying to think if I put that in the staff report. And
that was a new one.
2004, 2002. We purchased approximately 36.85 acres. It was state funds for green space. So we actually purchased that. It is in a covenant, perpetual covenant. We can walk in, we can touch it, we can't really do much building on it. I think you could call it camp or something out there, like primitive Boy Scout type, camping with a tent. But that's about all we can do with it. Pretty much the rest on the backside of the lake is wetland. With the block plan, and it all was is a fairly substantial area of uplands that we could do something with.
Mark, what you got? I know this is your district.
That's one that I think we need to go And we would need to do this work to, even if we decided not to do the work, we would just about need to do this to know what we have if we decide to try to dispose of or sell it, I believe. I mean, if any person is going to want to know, have a disclosure of what they're buying.
The offers we got before were, what, 300, 400?
I don't recall, and pulling back out for the purpose of this, I can probably find it fairly easily.
Well, that was then. I'm just saying, we don't know what we have.
Yeah. They were low enough, the county chose not to pursue them.
Well, there's no way this county's gonna get the money back to pay for it. That's certain.
You mean the cost that we incur purchasing it?
I mean,
Yeah.
should have everything.
If you get it back in the form of recreational use, you can throw away from the game.
Right, now, it would make a great facility. I'm trying to be, eventually there'll be more money, but, we've been sitting on it 10 years and not done anything. I would propose that we take the money from the old park project personally. I would much rather spend $350,000 there on 300 acres versus a half acre behind us. And we own this. We don't even know what we own here on the plan.
All right, presently we've got $50,000 in the short-term work program to do this study, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna need to allocate an additional $19,241 from short-term work program.
Yes, sir.
And I would propose that we pull it from the old project. Unless there's somewhere else to get it.
Anything in the recreation categories.
Any questions, discussions?
What's the amount difference?
$19,241. For the record, I agree with you, make a nice recreation facility for this board, or some board's gonna have. If we spend $69,000, and then the board doesn't have the stomach to cough up $500,000 or better, probably, when it's all said and done. It's gonna be money thrown away.
Right. Well, it's according to the wind. I mean, the project's not going to change. We'll know the depth of the lake. We don't know, like I said, we don't know what we have there. We bought that in the line.
If we just let it sit there for infinity, it's already, the money's already gone away.
There was drawings submitted, when Atlas was planning on turning this in. The survey's not in that material?
There are a few paper copies that I have found in our files. This same thing was bid probably back in 2002 when we first acquired it, asking for these services. The person that produced those drawings turned in a bid and offered to sell them to the county for about $70,000. I think your answer is yes, but they were unwilling at that time to give them away.
And that's all I'm saying, if we do this, we need to be prepared to move forward with something, or it's just gonna go back in a drawer, whatever, 5-10 years from now, when we have, somebody's gonna be having the same discussion again. Didn't we do that? Didn't we?
Now, I don't think that work was ever done, but there were, bids taken on at that time.
Well, I've seen all these things, and it shows proposed wetlands and possible mitigation banks and all this, that, and the other. It's,
Correct, they were done off very photographs.
Again, I'm just looking to make it a productive piece of property. We've already spent a tremendous amount of money acquiring it. At the chamber retreat last year, members of the community from both ends of the county were in dinner. And there was a very positive response to it from the public. And I'm just going
and
down.
see, when it comes down to it, once we know what we've got, we may be able to sell dirt, we may be able to do all kinds of things. All I'm saying is, if this board wants to approve this, we need to be ready to move forward with something and not just sit it on a shelf. I don't like throwing away money and not getting anything done.
I understand. We just don't know what kind of money it's gonna cost though until we do that. In my opinion.
Need a motion?
I make a motion that we move forward with this contract, add the 19,241 for the short-term work program over our project, and accept the contract.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
I'm actually going to abstain from voting on this because I just thought about something that my son works for this company, so I'll just show me as abstaining from this. I'm voting on this.
Let the record show such.
Do you want to show recuse? Or just abstain?
Whatever. I'm just not going to vote on it.
Recuse.
Just show me recused for that, for the reason. Okay. So carried. Next item, consideration to accept the roads, drainage, and water and sewer infrastructure in Timber Lake subdivision.
Mr. Chairman, pardon me if I don't seem tremendously prepared for this particular item. I was just asked at the last break to speak to you on this, so I also didn't prepare the staff report, so bear with me if you would. Timber Lake, as you all well know, is located off of Little Horseman Road. Developed back in 2005, 2007. There's obviously an infrastructure timeline in your books showing that was prepared a couple of years ago. And it shows most of the history of the site. It has outstanding punch lists pertaining to the roads. It has an outstanding punch list pertaining to the lift station. It has taxes that are due. And while deeds were provided, Toss, help me out, is the deed that's in the book something that was you provided, or, okay, the staff prepared deed that you'll find in your book as well. And I believe there's plats in there showing the plats from the original for 2 phases of the subdivision. The only things that I would add to what's in your staff report, as far as item number 5, as far as operating the lift station, my staff doesn't actually operate the station. We don't maintain it. We don't repair it. We don't turn the pumps on and off or anything along those lines. We may walk in there occasionally to make sure it's not exploded or sewage isn't spewing out into the creek or anything along those lines. We don't actually operate the station. There is a little bit of background information regarding why Effingham County pays the power bill for this particular lift station. That's because the developer basically just quit paying it. And we found out about that one day when, I don't remember the exact details, this was in September of 2012, that there was no power to the station. And we were basically given the choice by Georgia Power to either pick up the account and start paying it, or the power was going to stay off. And obviously, power staying off is not a acceptable alternative at that point. So I guess at that point, kind of took on the payment of the power bill. So there is an actual backstory regarding that. So there is roads repairs, I believe, that have been estimated at about $2,500. Whether you choose to do that or not is certainly up to you. I certainly would recommend, if you choose to take the lift station, we certainly need to get the auto dialer installed. We need to be able to be notified if there's a problem with that station. So we certainly need to get that done. Also, you'll notice in the pictures that there is quite a substantial gap underneath the bottom of the fence from finished grade. This is large enough for a child to roll under and possibly hurt themselves. So it would be my recommendation that if you choose to take on this lift station, that we address those 2 items fairly quickly. Other than that, do you have any questions?
Question, Steve, if a pump stopped working today, what would we do?
What would we do?
What would we do?
Well, it
If like the
depends.
power was turned off, we wound up going and paying the power bill and starting to pay the power, right?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what happened.
And thus is the reason that you're getting knuckled down to the problem of allowing all infrastructure to be built, but not taking title to it.
So today, if we started having sewage backing up in houses and there was a pump and people's developers gone and what have you.
Well, he's not gone. I mean, you know very well where to find him. I would probably pick up the phone and call him
When we
and
start
attempt.
paying the power bill, we open ourselves up completely to a full liability.
Well, another point about this is the problem with allowing houses to be built before the infrastructure completed.
Amen, bro.
And this fence, the day it was erected, was just like it is today. If they used too short of a fence, there was a minimum height it had to be. And that gap was underneath it from day one it was installed.
Yeah, the pictures that are in here are from 2006, right? They're not exact. Those are not new pictures.
My only correction to this staff report and recommendation is it says the roads were previously accepted by the board in the, under recommendation. On what I just read out, consideration to accept the roads, drainage, and water and sewer infrastructure. The roads are not ours. Is that correct?
Best of my knowledge, yes, you're correct.
Yeah, and as you and I talked about, that was the November whatever vote that the board took to accept the list of roads. This was one that I believe Commissioner Jones made a motion added to the list, contingent upon a deed, taxes, and a list of damages coming back, which obviously we don't have. So that is my fault. That's what I intended it to say, and that's clearly not what it said.
I understand. I didn't want the record to show. It's another one of those situations. I don't like it, but I think we need to take it. Presently, there's a realtor that has a lot of those lots sitting there that can sell those, that is in limbo right now. So as soon as it becomes a county road, those lot sales should go through, which means then houses get built, which means then we get impact fee, cost recovery fees. Just correct me anytime I mess up.
None.
And you know, we get our money back fairly quickly. So I don't like the way it was done, but I think this is one of those things. We started paying the bill, we collected money for the sewage. If a pump goes out in there, we're going over there and fix the pump because we're not going to have a choice. And by law, we're not supposed to be going on private property and spending county funds. So we need to take this.
Well, in our GIFA loan, and in the signing of the past GIFA loan, it says that we own all this stuff.
That's a whole nother.
This wasn't funded through GIFA.
It's part of our system, and I understand that. It being part of the system, we have to own all parts of it.
Is there any other facts that are not accurate other than what I mentioned?
Well, it's interesting to me that in the staff report, it does say that what Steve is saying he disagrees with, because it would appear that the person who wrote the staff report is.
I wrote the staff report.
I didn't write the staff report.
You know, that we're maintaining, it's your understanding we're maintaining it. It's Steve that we're not, but you're kind of getting to the point of we're paying the electric bill. We took the electric bill up to take responsibility, because we have a responsibility to the citizens that are in there.
And I think that was the heart of what I was trying to say. This came after a conversation. Eric and I talked about the same issue, that just what we said, what do you do if there's maintenance? I don't know that we necessarily have a choice. I mean, we might send them a bill, it doesn't mean to pay it, but, you know, unfortunately, it almost appears that it's one of those situations, regardless of what we want to do, it may be the best course of action.
It's another one of those messes we just need to straight clean.
As a point of law, when you build a house, if you go in and repair something after the 1 year maintenance, and you don't have to repair it, but you do repair it, you've just been taking responsibility beyond what you had to have responsibility for, and you're legally bound to it. Same scenario.
So what is east-west position now?
I have not spoken with them. Now, I would certainly recommend that we do so. They were willing to do this in the past. They may be willing to do so in the future or currently.
Adam Bryant is here, and he has an information regarding that.
Yeah.
I'm working with, my name's Adam Bryant, working with East West Partners, and they're willing to take over the, the items in the punch list at their expense, and if the county is willing to accept the roads.
He had sent me an email and called me just this past week and said that they had attempted to work out something in the past where they were agreeing to do this, but they were hesitant about signing anything because what they want an obligation that if they do this work, we will take it over. Because they are concerned that they can do the work and us still not take it over.
Concern.
It sure is, it sure is. So that's it.
So,
And by, just for my clarification, everybody thinks about work, you had two punch lists, one on the pump station, one on the roads, and that's what y'all had agreed to do, or?
I'm not sure exactly.
I've seen 3 punch lists, and one has like 6 items, one has like 18 items and 25 items or something like that, so.
One has 8 on the roads, and one has, well, it's got bullets, I can't count quick on the punch list, it's not 18.
all right.
6.
So, to alleviate your concerns, if I got a motion from this board and we took action that we will take this infrastructure, the roads and the lift station and everything upon completion of the punch list.
We need to designate which punch list.
Well, there's 2, because there's one for roads and one for that lift station.
Then would y'all be happy with that action by this board? I mean, that creates a obligation that y'all would be willing to do that punch list.
Just to clarify, I don't work for East West. I represent them.
Okay.
So I can't speak directly for them. I know that they're interested in performing the punch list that was previously agreed upon. They're willing to spend the dollars, and if the county is willing to accept the roads and the infrastructure.
Now, when you say represent, Diane Dunford is the realtor who contacted me.
Okay, I'm with Sperry Van Ness. I'm a commercial real estate broker, so I'm representing East West, so the seller.
Okay.
And Diane
This
is
is the same transaction we're talking about.
Correct.
That's what's in
And it's my understanding that I guess as a contingency for the USDA financing, that they would like to obtain, the county has to accept the roads.
Yes, and Diane told me she called me, and told me when she called me was that she wanted to buy them, but she was not going to buy them as long as they were private.
She told me she had an investment.
Let me help clarify this just a little bit too on the punch list. I believe what East West punch list seen was the roads. The page 3 of 16 that's in the documents. Because when they were looking for contractors to take care of some of the issues, I know that's what was priced. The lift station punch list, the auto dialer, and all those such things that's on page 4 of 16 in our stuff. I don't believe that's things that East West was looking at. So we need to make sure that what they're agreeing or what they had said they would take care of is what we're expecting to take care of. Now, on the lift station itself, obviously the lift station's in place and it has been functional for 8 or 9 years. So I know this station personally. And that's how I know that the fence that was installed just like it is the day it was installed. And it was a problem from day one. So I would suggest that if East West is still amenable to take care of the punch list they had seen, which is the road issues, the broken curb, all those such things, and take care of the fence on the lift station, that the other things that we should take care of the rest of it. Because it's a little bit unclear, because I know as-built were submitted to the engineering firm. I don't know why the county doesn't have them, but I know those were done. They were red lines, they weren't CAD drawings. They were submitted to the engineer that designed it. That firm's not in business anymore. And then the auto dialer, I think there was some controversy about whether that was actually on the original drawings or not. So In my opinion, if we would ask East West if they'll take care of what they have already planned on taking care of, the road issues, the punch list that was created May 3rd of 2012. If they take care of that, the fence around the rail station, then I will go on with it.
Are you putting that in the form of a motion?
Can I say one thing before you make a motion? I did receive an email, I actually was over from his email today, and it is Jim Beckner, one of the people you're representing?
Yes.
Okay, and in the email he said, we remain willing to take care of the punch list, and above that he said, the bid to complete the punch list was somewhere around $25,000 to $30,000. And it said we remain willing to take care of that punch list. So we could make a motion based on that.
Maybe they are looking at those. I'm not familiar with them knowing about this other. But if they are and they're willing to, it is things that needs to be done.
If he's telling us this, then we can make that a motion.
Then I'll let you make a
Are you comfortable with that? Okay.
Can I ask a question? The deed is your cost prepared, I guess cost prepared, just Blue Jay Development, who actually owns the lift station site and the road at this point?
I know it's all Blue Jay. Now, I was going to say that I would prefer if the board would allow, this deed came from Ted Crows.
Okay.
I marked that up, sent it back to him, and never heard anything. I asked Annette, she said, I will check. I still never heard anything. It got to the time to prepare this, so I just went ahead and altered what I had marked up and sent to Ted. Eric looked over it very quickly on the phone one afternoon and sent it back. I would prefer to have Ted finish this up. I mean, he started it to verify title, because there has been some things that shifted around there too with some sales.
I'm not sure.
So,
Who's in Blue Jay?
my name is
Okay, so what was the question about warranty deed? What was
I just
it?
want to make sure that the grantor is the right entity.
Because what he sent over had been to Brickwood, and it looked like Brickwood had sold what they had. It appeared that Blue Jay was the only one left. Part of the original road was
Brickwood was the company of Mike Jenkins that purchased lots from Blue Jay Development.
I can put in the motion that we obtain a proper road.
Again, Ted started it. If he could just finish that and make sure the title works correct, I think we'll be good on this one.
I'm looking at the tax assessor's information right now, it does still show the roads as being in Blue Jay.
Yes. I mean, according to our tax assessor, they're all in Blue Jay. I checked that, and so is the pump station lot. I'm relying solely on our tax records, no deed research whatsoever.
So I'm thinking on the lines of this, I'll give an idea of what I would make my motion to be and see if it covers all the bases and everybody's happy. Something like, we'll approve alternative number 1, staff recommendation to accept the infrastructure in Timberlake, with the seller taking care of up to $30,000 on punch list items and having a properly executed deed. Does somebody want more to it than that? Does that cover every base?
Well, just as a clarification piece, if the $30,000 doesn't include the auto dialer, you still want us to do that?
Yes.
And if it does include it, then great.
Up to 30,000.
Right, whatever that turns out
Whatever
to
they
be.
get for 30,000.
And anything else left over is for us to do.
Because we're lucky to get that. Is everybody happy with that?
I like that motion.
You like it?
I like it.
I second.
That was the motion. You-
I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Lover. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Next item.
If you'd like any further.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Chairman, I'm going to have to excuse myself. I'm not supposed to be here.
Let the record show Commissioner Jones has had to leave. And then I get to eat whatever speech she was going to eat.
She contributed.
She had surgery yesterday. She's like, yeah, we're going home. Okay. You can take a little break.
You sure you don't need some help here?
I'm good.
Let's take about a 10-minute break. We'll come back in here and order. All right. Next item, consideration to award a contract and issue a notice to proceed for Zitrow Road repairs to R.B. Baker Construction.
Mr. Chairman, Zitrow Road is an ash road in the same category as some of the other ones. I'll stop short of saying it needs repair. But this contract was bid with the same remedy, if you will, as Bunyan Kessler, which is the reclamation of the ash, the addition of stone, and then hot mix asphalt on top of that. Zitrow Road, some years back, and I don't recall exactly when, the county actually went and acquired right away. So we own 80 feet of right of way and hired a contractor to come in and build the ditches. So this is one that has adequate lane width and proper ditching, such as Bunyan Kessler's 18-foot, paved section with straight down ditch. The bid price of that is $754,744.78. This funding is accounted for in the revised short-term work program that was presented to y'all at the last meeting. And in fact, I believe it actually was a little higher than the 754. So that 350 that we were short, we're actually gaining on a little bit with this project here. So the funding is included in the short-term work program. That's not necessarily approved as today, but it's the one that was presented y'all as intended to be included in the budget. Staff would recommend y'all approve this.
Any idea what the traffic count is on that road?
No, sir. I can certainly find out for you, stretching the counter, or we just, it's not on that.
No, it just says a significant volume of traffic. I just wonder what that is. Repair. And it's ash.
Yes, sir.
So it says we're utilizing a repair method other than grinding the road and resurfacing.
Correct. Other than just what the 16 miles that Littlefield's currently doing, they're grinding and then they come back on the top of that where they prime sand it and then surface treat it. This particular one, they were grinding and then come back with an aggregate, that stone base, and then hot mix asphalt.
Okay.
Has any of that started on budget?
No, so we're trying to get together the first of next week for pre-construction meeting to get that work started.
I hope this becomes the solution for it.
Will you, I'm gonna try to get people due warning on that one, because I don't think we're gonna shut the whole entire road down for.
On Bunyan Kessler?
Bunyan Kessler.
We talked
I know
about
Jamie
it.
here.
Yes, sir. I believe they probably will because of the super elevation issues we have in there.
Okay.
However, if we do, it will be ran in the paper. We will notify each individual homeowner. We will do that well in advance of them actually closing the road.
Except it's one of the people that live there.
Well, the people that live there will directly notify me, Randall. However, we will run it in the paper just so anybody else traveling the public hopefully will see it. And maybe the paper will even pick it up and run it.
Mine.
For some pizza, yeah.
No.
All right. Any other questions, discussion?
Yes,
Motion?
Make a motion to approve the contract with R.B. Baker Construction and issue notice to proceed.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to pursue a waiver from regulations as a Phase 2 MS4 Community 4 to submit a notice of intent and begin implementing the requirements of the Clean Water Act's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, General Permit, Georgia G 610000.
I did that just to have y'all so confused at this point that anything else I say won't matter.
In a nutshell.
Oh, no, so we don't do things in a nutshell. I got 44 pages of nuts here. I promise I will try to make this as brief as possible. Basically, the nutshell version of this is because of the Savannah MSA coming into the southern end of the county, not only do we get to become part of the Corps' NPO, and when I say too many acronyms, just yell at me, we also get to be part of the MS4, which is a municipal separate storm sewer system, which means that the stormwater that is discharged from a system of conveyances owned by the county to state waters are regulated under that permit, the GAG, I think on this one, whatever that number is, that falls behind it. So we were presented with an option of being able to pursue a waiver from these regulations or just go ahead and comply with the regulations themselves. And that's kind of what I wanted to walk through, is the differences in a waiver and the differences in compliance so that the board understands what those will be, and then to give staff direction on which way to proceed. Because clearly there's consequences either way we go, things that we'll have to do. And again, I promise I'm gonna try to make this brief, but we were designated, because we're part of an urbanized area, EPA automatically designated us for regulation under that particular program. What is regulated discharges from the MS4 waters of the state, and it's covered under this general permit, GAG 61, whatever that is on the back. This is where one of the first things that are going to come tricky is what is regulated. You have to first define what's the state water, and then what infrastructure do we own, and what is a point source discharge from that infrastructure to state waters. And y'all probably all know this, but they're all rivers, streams, creeks, branches, lakes, reservoirs, ponds, drainage systems, springs, wells, wetlands, all over the surface or subsurface, natural or artificial. Basically, any body of water that's not solely confined to one particular piece of property is defined as state water. And that definition comes from. And then an MS4 is a conveyance or system of conveyances, including roads with drainage systems, so it's roadside ditches, municipal streets, catch basins, curb gutter, ditches, man-made channels, or storm drains, owned and operated by municipalities. So it's only things that we own, made up of those. Collecting, conveying stormwater runoff, and it's not a combined sewer, which we don't have, all part of the public owned treatment water. So basically, street, roadside ditches, pipes and subdivisions, those sorts of things, if we own the infrastructure, and that infrastructure then discharges to a state waters, it's regulated. The federal waiver criteria, and honestly, there are two sets. I've written the ones that didn't apply to us out. One for 1,000 people, jurisdictions that serve less than 10,000, and there are no waivers for jurisdictions with more than 10,000. That is a part that is somewhat confusing. We have more. Effingham County is regulated as a MS4. We have more than 10,000 people. If you look on the letter they gave us, we are an MS4 with greater than 10,000. However, the population that the MS4 serves is only in the urbanized areas around 1,400, less than 1,500 people. So our letter does say we are eligible to pursue this waiver. We believe we can do so.
So this is another reason not to expand our MPO. If the MPO's expanded,
no, sir.
Nothing.
No, sir.
Okay.
The MPO, we set a planning boundary of what we wanted to plan for. Okay. The only part that's required to be is the urbanized area. The only part that's required to be regulated is in the urbanized area. Okay. Now, we'll get into later our stormwater management plan. We can choose to include the entire county. We can choose to just include that. We can do bits and pieces on each another, which is probably what I would suggest if you go forward. So again, with less than 10,000 people, what do you have to do to get that waiver? It's basically an evaluation of all waters of the U.S. that receive the MS4 discharges that show that stormwater controls are not needed based on wastewater allocations and TMDL that address pollution of concern, and it is determined that future discharges do not have potential to result in exceedance of the waterfall. What does all that mean? It means that the state keeps a 303 D and B and 305, one's D, one's B, 303 and 305 list of impaired stream segments. If it shows up as being impaired for anything that would require structural controls, you don't qualify. So that's BOD, it's DO, it's pH, it's lots of different things that can show up within those particular stream segments that will cause them to be shown as not supporting their designated use. And if that is the case, then we are not eligible for a waiver. Our letter states that we are, therefore we are. Basically means that all water bodies within the urban area have not been studied by EPD, so they were unable to make a determination of that. And we can pursue a waiver by collecting the data needed for EPD to make the intended use determination. So basically, we would have to go out and do sampling for a period of 1 year to be able to do assessments on these watersheds to see if they do in fact support their designated use. And again, if they do not, or not eligible for the waiver, there will be periods in the future where EPD can come back and look at these. If at any point in the future it fails to meet its intended use, we would then have to comply with the regulations. The collecting and assessing the waiver data, what will be required in doing that, we would have to create this stormwater quality assurance plan. And you can see the rules that that rule requires any third party to actually submit that. We're obviously a third party, we're not EPD. Just to ensure that data is high quality, sufficient for those uses. What is it? It's generally the 3 parts: the industrial study objectives, a sampling plan, a quality assurance plan, usually 7 to 10 pages long. It includes specific requirements that will be determined on a case-by-case basis, depending on the waters that we're sampling. Each water that the MS4 discharge has to be monitored, and then EPD uses and evaluates that data to make a determination as either supporting, not supporting, or assessment pending. The parameters which you have to check, at a minimum, DO, pH, temperature, fecal coliform, which is a geometric mean to require 16 samples. That's why you have to get a year's worth in metals. All of those things will have to be tested for. And again, if any of them are shown as not supporting their intended use, would fail. Now, these next pieces, odds of getting a waiver are not my words. They came directly from EPD and things that I went to that they presented. According to them, they have spoken with EPA on this. Again, these are their words. It's unlikely the waters tested will show all parameters are meeting the criteria. Fecal coliform is most likely one of the ones. And then in the south, which clearly we are, DO is one that tends to fail a lot too, because we have a lot of slow water, moving stagnant type waters. We just have a DO issue, dissolved oxygen. So the other things that they said to consider the 305B and 303D processes. Once you collect this data, EPD can use it to the institute. These also go into the construction stormwater program where there's additional BMPs that have to be done if you are within the same watershed and less than 1 mile upstream of a water body not supporting designated use. Would have implications on the construction side of it as well. So that is a crash course in what it would take to pursue a waiver. Basically, you would have to go out and do an assessment of all of the state waters that we have to see if they support or not. If they do or they don't, I can't answer that question for you until we do it. Now, what would it take to get a regulated MS4 if we chose to say we're not pursuing a waiver, we're just going to go down the road of compliance with this particular program? Giving you little buzzwords to look out for: phase 2, maximum extent practical, minimum control measure, best management practice. You'll see these come back up, so there's some critical understanding what we're talking about. Phase 2, this is the second phase of stormwater regulations that was promulgated in 1999. Obviously, phase 1 came out first. Chatham County's a phase 1 community that large. It started out as over 250,000. Then it came down to 50,000 in phase 2. And those are just a bunch of code sections that create the rules. The maximum extent practical means technology-based discharge standards and controls necessary for reduction of pollutant discharge from an MS4 may consist of a combination of BMPs, control techniques, system design, engineering methods. So to the maximum extent practical is what we have to control pollutant discharges from our MS4. Minimum control measures. You'll see these come up. This is the heart of the permit. These 7, I think, 6 minimum control measures are basically what your stormwater pollution, your stormwater management plan is written off of, and each minimum control measure will have BMPs under that. Best management practices that you use to actually achieve those minimum control measures. So basically what you'll see is their public education, public involvement, participation, illicit discharge detection and elimination, construction site stormwater runoff control, post-construction stormwater management, and pollution prevention through housing. Those are the MCMs, and we'll go into each one in a little more detail. Again, like I said, the BMPs are what you use to accomplish your minimum control measures. So it's structural devices to store and treat, and non-structural programs and practices designed to prevent and reduce, such as education. So you want education to tell people not to put their pollutants out to go into the stream, and then both structural measures to capture them once they are going that way. Outfall is the most downstream point on an MS4 where it discharges the waters of the state. Again, to be regulated, it has to be point source, not non-point source. Point source is any discernible, confined, or discrete conveyance, including but not limited to any pipe, ditch, channel, tunnel, conduit, well, discrete fissure, container, rolling stock, concentrated animal feeding operation, landfill, leachate, collection, vegetable, or floating craft. Term does not include return flows from irrigated agriculture. So the MS permits require a map and inventory of the storm sewer system, and inspection and maintenance of structures, line ditches, ponds, catch basins, and outfalls. We're still in the 5,000 foot view here. Public education program, public involvement, participation, construction site management. We just went through most of these, and we'll get into detail later, so I'll skip it and speed this up. Some of it will be done through ordinances, which give you the enforcement tools that you need to actually enforce these particular pieces. Some of those ordinances are your ENS ordinance, which we currently have, an ENS ordinance in place. Post-construction, development standards, plan review, and approval, we have about half of that in place. If y'all recall back to the discussions on the development manual, we now use the Georgia Stormwater Management Manual, which is specifically names in this program you have to use. However, if you're one of the 10 or 12 coastal counties, which we are, you then have to adopt a coastal supplement, which is more of the post-construction pieces that come in that particular side that we've talked about adopting anyhow. Illicit discharge, detection, and elimination. We do not have an ordinance, to my knowledge, there. And those are anything from a person with a washing machine discharging over into the grass or something that's an illegal, illicit detection, to the factory putting the red stuff that nobody knows what it is down the drain. It's the gamut of those, and it's how we would go about detecting those, and then the enforcement that we would have to actually stop somebody from doing those particular things would be an ordinance that we would have to create that would come in. For ENS control, you got to have construction management program, an ENS ordinance, ENS plan submission, review, construction inspection, and enforcement. For the most part, we have all of those things. We do have the ENS ordinance. We do have plan reviews. They come through our office. However, we are an LIA, but we also let NRCS review those as well. We get a report of technical review from them before we issue final permit. We don't have an MOU with them to actually do it ourselves. So we do plan review, but not the full plan review. Construction inspections, we've been without an inspector now for some years. And enforcement authority, we do have that under our LIA staff. And as you know, Mike Worth is our code enforcement officer who we would send out to do those sorts of things. The post-development standards come in Georgia Stormwater Management Manual. That's currently what our ordinance, our stormwater control ordinance is based around, is this book, stormwater discharge treatment, channel, aquatic resource, overbank, extreme, we do all of those. And as you see for the 11 county, I missed it, I looked all around. The 11 county coastal area, it must include the applicable parts of the coastal stormwater supplement related to performance standards. However, we discussed we would foresee adopting that entire thing. In the past, our ordinance and our local design manual has been rewritten to incorporate that. It's just never made it to the board to be fully implemented. Post-construction, we have to have ordinances to give the authority, develop standards for plan review and approval, inventories of post-construction structures, and inspection programs so that 100% of the inventory structures are inspected every 5 years, and a maintenance program so that every one of the structures is maintained every 5 years. And we will touch on what some of that means a little later to us. Again, we do have development standards. We don't have an inventory or inspection or maintenance program of what it's referring to here. Post-construction green infrastructure, low impact development is what that stands for, components. Because of our population, I ripped this far out specifically for us. We had to make sure that our building codes do not impede green infrastructure, low impact development. That means a review of our codes. The Center for Watershed Protection actually has a checklist that you go through that grades you and says if you're meeting them or not. That is something we would have to do. Preliminarily, we've looked at it. I think there's probably some work on the parking lot areas and maybe roads. I don't think we're tremendously far out of it. There may be some tweaking that has to happen. Programs for evaluating better site planning techniques, better site design, and low impact development. That would come with the implementation of the coastal. There's a plan review checklist that will be turned in that covers all these particular things. Inventory inspection and maintenance of all publicly owned green infrastructure. Now keep in mind, this is within the urbanized area. It's not countywide. So this is any green infrastructure, low impact that we own in that area, which is we don't own. Inventory inspection and maintenance of all privately owned, there's not any to my knowledge in that area, either. The illicit discharge detection, we got to have an ordinance that gives us the authority to conduct inspections of all parts of the MS4 for the purpose of detecting improper connections, program of inspection, dry weather, which is what they call dry weather screens. You can go look and make sure there's nothing funny rolling out of the pipe and there's nothing raining. Procedures to follow up on illicit discharges. That actually comes in an enforcement response plan that is written as part of this. So the submittal requirements, we have to turn in an NOI within 180 days after delegation. That date is September the 3rd is when we'd have to do this by. Along with that, NOI would require a stormwater management program. And to back up, this is the same deadline for pursuing a waiver. If we want to do a waiver, we have to do it by September the 3rd. And that comes with a letter stating that we want to pursue the waiver and that stormwater quality assurance plan for monitoring. What is the 2 documents that have to be submitted if you go that route? If you go the NOI, you have to do the NOI and stormwater management plan. And then every year about 2/15, beginning 2/15 of February of each year, you have to turn in annual reports that gives you progress of what you did the previous year and all your 6 NCMs. So the stormwater management plan, which is the other key element, what is it? It's required to address again these 6 NCMs. We talked about them before. They are. Y'all probably cannot read this on the screen. This is a snapshot of a table of contents from the city of Albany. And I put it in here because to me it's the easiest way to go in and see what all is involved in this stormwater management plan in one snapshot. You should have a copy of this presentation somewhere up there in front of you. You can see it there. But again, to me it's the easiest way to see what all is involved in it. Now we're getting into what each of those are. Minimum education outreach, MCM, where it has table 4.2.1b, that's out of your permit. So if y'all actually want to take the actual permit, the GAC, and follow along, you can do it in these tables. Basically, this public outreach, what they're suggesting that you would do is like brochure distribution, utility bill inserts, local websites. We will have a stormwater page on our website that will give information, school events, public festivals, facility. I believe that a lot of this is currently done now through sanitation. They go into the schools, they do a lot of these things. The biggest difference is we don't track the progress of that, and we just have to be tracking what we actually do for our annual support. As you can see, target groups, homeowner association, buildings, communities, school children. I believe that some of that is currently done now. Public involvement, suggested activities, adopt a stream, adopt a road, rivers alive. Again, some of these things we do now, storm drain stenciling, bring one for the chipper, Great American Cleanup. We participate in some of these. We're just not necessarily the lead. We would have to have a participating role in that where we actually were part of the sponsor and did something to do it, to get credit for it. Illicit discharge gives you the legal authority, as we talked about, to prohibit these discharges, and it must contain this enforcement response plan. That is another plan that we would have to develop, which gives the escalation of what happens of each of these events. You're dumping your washing machine out to the grass, what happens? Or if you're dumping red stuff to the river, what happens? Outfall map and inventory. We will be required to develop a map and inventory showing the location of all outfalls from the MS4, names, location of the waters of the state, and include a schedule for completing. We have 3 years to complete the map. The schedule has to be included by September in the stormwater management plan, but we have a 3-year period to actually complete that. Again, that map is just the urbanized area, not the entire county. So we would have to identify state waters and outfalls from MS4s in the urbanized area within a 3-year period. The IDDE plan has, like you can see, field screening procedures, source tracking. All these are just pieces that are included in there that we would have to do as part of the normal routine maintenance of the MS4. It's got to address illegal dumping. Again, you can see they consider that to be an illicit discharge, and there's multiple ways of doing this. The IDE ordinance doesn't have to be self-standing. It can be part of another ordinance. They can all be integrated into one. It just has to address the illegal discharge. It has to address illegal dumping. It could be in a literal ordinance. So again, you could address it in a different way as long as they're addressed. Stream walks, a technique used to assess the stream.
Can I interrupt you?
Sure, yes, sir.
Is this going on for a long time?
Probably so.
Well, let me just ask you a question. You've been to school, what, 3 days on this? 4. 4. And the bottom line is, what you're asking us to do is to submit whether or not we want to get a waiver or whether we're going to comply.
Yes, and the only thing I'm trying to do is in a very long, painstakingly way, say that there are some ordinances, but there are some back-end things that are going to be required to these inventory. It's going to require staff time to do it. All these ordinances will require staff time to do it.
But in your opinion, do you think that we can get the waiver?
I don't know that we can. Steve and I have talked about this, at length. I'm not sure that he and I both agree on this particular fact.
If we can't get the waiver, it's kind of a done deal.
But I don't want to tell you we can't. Yeah, I'm not going to say we can't. And if we pursue the waiver and we do not get it, then we have to do this. It's the bottom line. So, I mean, we could do it that way, and these requirements will come in at the point in time we find out we don't obtain the waiver.
And I'm not trying to cut you short, but that's the reason I wanted to do this at 4 o'clock. Because we're trying to pack a bunch of stuff in, and I don't think any of us is going to really grasp what we're doing this fast.
And I get that. Again, I'm just trying to give you the magnitude and say if we...
Of us, I probably grasp it more than anybody because I'm actually an inspector. I do this. And many of these things, though, are things that is required and going to be required. If you go the waiver route, you're going to do everything. You're going to spend as much as it's going to take to do it. To do the waiver, it's going to take 3 years
that's my opinion. That's
what it sounded like to me.
That's what I'm getting down to. You're going to do the monitoring either way, whether you're pursuing the waiver or doing the stormwater management plan. The difference is some ordinances we have to put in place. It is annual inspections that someone has to do. Although I believe we're doing some of this education, someone has to reach out and now say, give me your reports, give me your things. It has to be shepherded in. We're going to have to really have an inspector that actually does these site inspections, which at some point we know we're going to have anyhow. Development will not be dead forever.
Along with the pre-construction meetings.
Correct. And that's all I'm trying to say is if we do this, we don't want to do it in a way that we get ourselves into trouble.
So what happens if we don't do it? That's what I know. That's going to be a question. What happens if we say we're just not going to do it?
I don't know the answer to that, but it's EPA, so it's probably bad things.
I think the answer is you would lose your issuing authority.
That would even be the beginning of it. I mean, you're talking fines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're going to lose your issuing authority, which is you get money from the permits when people buy their land service permits.
You get half of that.
Yeah.
So I think the question before us really tonight to decide is whether we want to pursue the waiver or whether we want to just comply.
Yes, sir. And again...
And it doesn't sound to me like we need to pursue the waiver. That's my opinion.
I think we're doing a lot of this already.
I think there's a lot of things that sanitation was doing that you can use that stuff for this. The river, the cleanup things they've done, all that kind of stuff like that. Some of the education you could cross over.
And some of this, there's an implementation schedule in your book. You can see a lot of this is not necessarily now, some of it's by the first update, but there is some information we would have to have prepared by September, which is not a tremendously long time frame considering we have to write an ordinance, get it on agenda, bring it back to y'all approve it, get it in there. So that's all. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody understands that if we go down that road, we have to provide staff to do this stuff. And by that, I just mean we have to dedicate time to it.
But the balance is whether or not we can get the waiver. If we can't get it, or we're going to have to do all this work.
We have to do it anyway. We can't get it.
Then we might as well go ahead and comply and be done with it.
I think we'd have to get it, I don't think we'd probably get it.
I know I'm offending you by cutting you short, but, my paper staff over here is going to sleep on me.
I understand, yeah, it's,
All right.
Briefly, what does it take to get the way to reservoir in a lot of
To
work?
get the weight, you have to prove that there's no, that you don't have any part of an MS4 discharging to an impaired stream segment, basically is what it comes down to.
And it's going to be hard, if you say Savannah River, it's going to be hard to say it's not impaired already with, it's hard, and you're not going to get tests to pass on it.
There's enough stagnant water sitting around that you're not gonna get the.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of good questions, like Steve and I talked about. A lot of it just goes to, there's not standing water. A lot of these things dry out very friendly, so how do you test it? What do you look at? And what I think, and again, he and I disagree on some of these things. I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just, what I think is some of those are going to just put as assessment pending, which means you don't get it either. Because it's not saying that it's stagnant.
Do you think we could get away with Steve?
Do you want me to?
Just sit over there. In your opinion, do you think we could get away?
I don't have enough information to be able to tell you. I don't have enough information at this point to be able to tell you that we can't. The only real disagreement that we have, and it isn't that big a deal, is that I think it's worth the effort because the urbanized area is so small. The amount of actual state waters that is going to be present there is going to be small. So we're not going to be doing extensive testing of hundreds of stream miles of things all over the place. There's going to be basically just a couple or three subdivisions that are in the urbanized area that have ditches and the like, that eventually we're going to have to find where the outfall is and actually where it actually ends up at state waters. And then those are the state waters we're going to test. But what I'm saying is that it's not as complicated as it seems, but his point is very correct. The chances of all of the water bodies that we test, even if there's only 3 or 4, all being good, is probably not real high. It's not going to be better than 50-50.
But how long of a process is it to test these 3 or 4?
It'll take a year.
The one thing that's good about it, if you look at it that way, is if you file for a waiver, you just gave yourself a whole other year to do all the rest of the stuff. Now, obviously you're buying that year because you're going to have to spend money, to do all the testing. So it's not as if it's, just a push it off for a year sort of thing. You'll be doing things for that course of that year, but it does give us another year before the rest of the requirements start to come into play.
But it is coming down the pike, because the urbanized area that is now will not always be just that area.
Correct. 10 years from now, it'll be there.
As it grows.
When the census comes out in 2020, 2021, it'll be bigger, and eventually there'll be no way it'll be able to stay on this forever. I mean, ultimately.
So wouldn't it be better in preparing the developmental manual in the end result to go ahead and put all of the stuff that's required in this in the developmental manual, and then as it expands, we've got it covered?
I completely agree with that, and you just have to keep in mind that it is going to take additional staff to do this, to implement it. We may be able to do the front end stuff ourselves, but ultimately, we're going to have people, like I said, you're going to keep inspecting, educating, putting reports together, doing all these things that are required under these plans. It's not going to be things that people on currently on staff are going to have time to be able to do. That's my only
and parts of this that require these monitoring plans, period, for later on, I certainly don't have the expertise to put together. So that's what I was trying to get with this. I think there may be some consultants involved in these pieces of it. I think the staff can do some of it. I think the consultants are going to have to do some of it to get there. Again, like the mapping, I think we can handle that in-house because we have 3 years to do it. If we had to do it by September, I don't think we can do that. We have the equipment to do it, we have the software to do it, we have the people with the skills to do it, and we have the time. In this case, we have 3 years. Some of the ordinances, I believe, we can put off till February. There are some pieces that we cannot, that are due in this original plan in September, that obviously we'll have to have some attention placed on them to get 20 years later.
How long would the waiver be good for? I mean, if you did get a waiver?
It's hard to say.
Until conditions change.
Exactly, until conditions change, and that's hard to say because EPD may test things that somebody else may do it. There may be something that comes up that brings it. I don't think, that, in other words, they try to do them every 3 years, 303 lists that are updated, every 3 years, but obviously they don't get the entire state, and that's part of what it is. So if they happen to make it to that one, they assess it, and it fails, your waiver will no longer be valid. Exactly, until conditions change. I can't answer how long that will be.
Either until the census shows a larger urbanized area, which influences more state waters, or until someone else takes a stand.
Another unpleasant mandate.
Well, many of these things are already in place. Many of these things are already on your site plan.
A lot of the ordinances
that you agree to when you are developed. It's all fine print things on there.
What's not is the reporting mechanism at the end of the year, and what we didn't get to with these stormwater controls, we will then have to, in addition to the maps, we'll have to inventory all detention ponds created after the adoption of the ordinance. I think that's after this date that we came into it, which is March of this year, which is nothing today, because nothing's been done since then. But what we're going to have to do is we then have ultimate responsibility for inspections and maintenance. The way that's typically done is through an agreement with the developer, a post-construction agreement that's recorded in the records of the courthouse that runs with the land. However, that's a point that this board is going to have to make a decision. Do we want to do that? And then we are ultimately responsible, and we have a legal mechanism where we still have to track them down, or do we want to own all of them and take on that maintenance? And I'm going to get excoriated and shot for saying this, but I will do it. Back a while back, we talked about stormwater utility, and I'm duck for a second. There's some negatives to that. However, some of the positives to that may be now people know they're going to have to do these maintenance. They have to be inspected every 5 years. The maintenance has to be done, and if it's not, we have the responsibility. So it may be like a reuse distribution field to me. When we started that, we gave people the option. You can either build adequate reuse facilities within your subdivision to treat reuse, or you can pay me to do it off-site. Most people chose to pay to do it off-site. So that's an option we don't have to do. I'm not suggesting we have to go down that road. I'm saying those are decisions that may need to be made in the future as to how we handle these structures, these post-construction stormwater controls after the development, because we now are ultimately responsible for those. Now, again, it's in the MS4. There probably won't be many of them, but those are all the things we have to think about going forward.
Tell me an argument for doing the waiver.
It buys us a year. I think Steve's exactly accurate on that. We may get it.
Buys us a year.
If we don't get it, it buys us longer than that if we do. Now, again, I think what we're buying ourselves time from is the reporting side of this, because most of these orders we either have or we've recognized that we want to have, other than like an illicit discharge protection, which there's model ordinances for that. It's like a storm. It's not a huge deal for us to put together. It is another ordinance that the county has on its books. It's the inspection part. It's the reporting part. It's the monitoring part.
That's the implementation. I think you're going to wind up spending at least as much to do the testing required to get the waiver, or to possibly get the waiver, which probably wouldn't get passed anyway.
Don't disagree. That's right. And staff agrees with you on that.
It's something you've got to do.
We're just saying, understand there are reporting stuff and there are ramifications. We didn't get some of those in this. I've bored y'all long enough. We can talk about later.
Many of those subdivisions now there, or in that area, are going to be septic tank, right? And so field is going to be very high, likely going to be found.
So why don't you give me a motion?
Alternative one, that's what I was looking for. I make a motion we approve alternative number one, submit notice of intent and stormwater management plan.
I have a motion and a second. In other words, we are not going to pursue the waiver. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve an amended concept report for Effingham Parkway.
I'll try to be brief as promised on the last one failed. Gavel me when you're ready for me to stop.
I'll throw it at you this time.
That's fine. As many of y'all know, we have talked about some shifts within the plans for the Effingham Parkway. This is an effort to get in front of the board to make sure everybody understands what those potential changes are and to get buy-in. You know, I'm sure most of y'all know the history. This thing started, I believe, around 2003. Has progressed to this point. We've had some issues with the Federal Highway thinking we had an environmental impact statement, which causes a very lengthy timeline and price tag that comes with that. In a way to try to get around that, we began looking at what we could do with the project. The first thought was to utilize the McCall Road as the northern portion from Blue Jay up rather than new alignment. That takes approximately half of the ecology out of this to begin with and simplifies that process. The second part was, what do we do between Blue Jay and Jimmy Loach? There's a lot of expense in the ramps that connect Jimmy Loach, although we all understand they're needed ultimately in this. There's just not funding there for that. This project was included in the TIA funding in 2010 that ultimately did not pass in our region. Since that time, Chatham County actually is pursuing and has committed to the extension of Benton Boulevard from where it currently ends to Highway 30. That allows us, what stopped us some years ago, is the actual connection point there. That gets us to Jimmy Loach just via Benton Boulevard rather than a direct connection. Chatham knows what we're doing. They are currently preparing an MOU for acquisition. It's currently resides with their legal department. We're having some issues finding the referendums from the SPLOST. They have some questions there to try to make sure we can spend money in Chatham County. So we're working through their legal department right now on that particular regard. Once that comes about, it opens up the possibility to do 2 lanes between 30 and Blue Jay. In order to do that, we had to make sure that the traffic actually supported that 2 lanes would support the anticipated traffic. So the consultant went back and revised their traffic model. There was a delay there because school was out. They needed school to be in to get full traffic. So once school got back in, we actually were able to obtain the data, update the traffic demand models. They supported a 2-lane road. Those have been submitted to GDOT. GDOT has approved those traffic demand models. Once that was in place, we talked to Federal Highway to get their take and GDOT project managers to say, what do you think of this new concept? They were both supportive of it because it took a lot of the ecology out of it, brings us from an EIS to an EA. Once that was done, we did a revised concept report. That concept report is in front of you tonight. That's what we're asking y'all to approve going forward. If all of y'all have never looked through a GDOT concept report, what it does is gives a need and purpose. It gives some language about what the project is. It describes the parameters of it, probably more detailed than what y'all want to discuss here, as far as super elevation, spirals, curve radiuses, that sort of thing. But what I think this board is interested in, it tells us it's a 2-lane road, 12-foot lanes. It does have 6-foot paved shoulders. That is for a multimodal type bicycle lane. That is a requirement of GDOT. GDOT requires that. I asked about that. I was sent the actual sections from their design policy. It's a 6-foot paved shoulder, 4-foot grass shoulder, for 10-foot total shoulder. It is done for bike lanes. That's what it's in there. There's a cost estimate involved in that concept report.
Is that because Federal Highway is funding part of this? Because that's a federal highway.
It's just GDOT's design manual. GDOT's design manual, and I'm trying to think about picking up those pieces and left them laid in the office. That's also maybe a question. So that's GDOT requirements. There is a cost estimate included as well as a schedule within the concept report. I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, we started 2017 or something.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the quick estimate, the highlights, the bullets of schedule is they anticipate the concept approval August of this year. Environmental assessment, finding of no significant impact, which is that FONSI you see down there, by May of 16, right-of-way authorization beginning August of 16, right-of-way certification in September of 17, and basically what that means, you certify right-of-way after all the encumbrances are gone off of it. There's a house that needs to be removed, and then you certify that you have title to every piece to build it, and it's all clear. Is the delay in that almost year period there. With a project let date of November of 17. Now, the concept report shows GDOT funding the construction and the environmental mitigation. I think it's important to point out it is not in their STIP. It's not been committed to. That's what we're asking. I don't know that we'll ever get the totality of that funding. However, we would hope to get some of it from GDOT in the future. Obviously, that means the balance will be coming from this board in some fashion. Given the delay and the timing of it, my personal opinion is we would need to include that in the next SLOSS referendum as one of our largest projects, sell it to the public that way. And I say tier one is not a literal tier one, but it's our important project. I can't find the cost now, I believe it's around $32 million. The overall cost is $38 million, and you can see it broken down of PE, which is the preliminary engineering being funded by Effingham County. They're showing $2.2 million. That's something else we have to do at this point. Is I've been putting Mr. Grattan off here recently. I need to get with them and get a revised scope from them, because literally half the project disappeared in a revised estimate for their fees for the remainder of the project. It shows Effingham County purchasing right away a little over $3 million. Any utility relocations of $180,000, and then GDOT with construction of the line share of $332.5 million there. Again, GDOT is not committed to that funding. We would hope to get what we can out of it. And I think that's as brief as I can be. Any questions? Everybody understand what we're trying to get to here?
I was just looking at the asphalt on that paving section. You realize a third of the asphalt is for bicycles?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could create a whole lane and it's 6.5 inches thick.
I asked Mr. Manchi that very question, and he very quickly sent me back GDOT's design policy with an explanation and said, there's nothing we can do. It's in their design policy.
All right. Any other questions? Everybody happy? We're moving forward to, we need to approve a concept report. If so, I'd love a motion.
That was my mistake.
Alternative number one is to approve the concept report. If you
I make a motion to approve alternative number one.
motion and a second to approve the concept report, alternative number one. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So carried. Moving forward.
The next topic is,
Sir?
there's nothing else to talk to.
Oh, yeah, we have to enforce.
I'm kind of ready for Ed Meyer to show up.
I started calling Clarence for it.
That hurts.
Next item, consideration to change the dates of the July 2014 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Yes, sir.
I wish somebody just made a motion to delay with the first one.
Motion to do it first.
I have a motion to
Cancel the first meeting.
cancel the first meeting in July. And a second.
Who made the motion?
Who made the motion?
Second. Reggie. I made the motion.
Reggie made the motion.
They seconded it?
Everybody. Steve did.
Steve?
I think I actually made the motion.
I thought so.
You said I'll have it, and
You
I said
made
I'll
the
do away
motion.
with it, whatever, do away with it.
Steve made the motion.
Yeah.
It's gonna take us longer to figure out who just made the motion than.
I think Reggie did.
Reggie gets the second.
We cut you off anyway, Steph.
That's okay, I'm good.
All
I love
right. Motion and a second to cancel first meeting in July. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. All right, last item of business. Next, reports from commissioners and administrative staff. Any commissioners have anything they want to say?
No, I'll pass. Actually, I had some, but they got covered in the meeting. Okay. I will say this, I got a fellow on the courthouse road right there. He called me today, and he got 3 pieces of property down there, and he's trying to get it all in Cooper, and they say that there's a drainage dig through there, and they claim that they have an easement on it. Can have the easement, or they own it. So he called me today. He came to the meeting. I talked to Bill Morgan out there yesterday, and he said, "That come to you?" I said, "Yeah." I talked to him about an hour. So I told him I could see, and he wanted to know if he said he was gonna show up tonight, but I don't guess, I didn't know who he was, if he was out there.
Another watershed.
No, this is.
His name's Newton.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's already called me, I guess you gave him a number.
No, I didn't. No. I told him.
Someone told him to call me, I didn't know anything about it.
I told him I had a commission meeting this afternoon, and I would see what I could find out, and he wanted to know if he could come before the commission. I said, "Yeah, call the clerk."
But let me give you the answer that I regret, because I looked at this during this meeting. If you look on the tax record, it shows up as a separate parcel, that, like it's a right-of-way, however, it's an easement, according to the deeds. I think it's probably just a miscommunication in the actual parcels in the tax record. It appears that we have a drainage easement across that property.
But he come up with the idea of something, if it went all the way through the property, they were gonna give the easement, but they never did finish it through the property.
I look at it during the point of this meeting, it appears to me it does go all the way across the property. Again, that's why I'm gonna regret this, saying this, but I believe it does go all the way.
Well, I told him I'd check into it, and then he'd come before the board out of next meeting if he
Well,
come up.
I got copies right here.
So what a proper,
Yeah.
a proper statement would be to tell him it appears as an easement and that we don't own the land. And he's
Toss and I will,
different.
let Toss and I get together on it, I'll understand it.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I looked literally during this meeting, I shouldn't, the guy having to do the same way, that I was texting, not paying attention.
I just told him I'd see what I could find out. That's all I have.
Steve?
Something I'll mention, back early in the year, had, a fellow on Bowman Road called me about an issue. Apparently it's a dirt road, and there's a sharp curve right in front of their house. And he wants to take some of the curve out. Yes, I don't know if y'all have this to look at, but it's a dirt road, sharp curve right in front of their house. They've had people run off the road into the ditch. And he wants to give the county the land to just take some of that curve out that's in that road. And if that's something that we think we would entertain, it would be some work for public works to go out and take some of that curve out.
Jerry and I went and looked at it, it is in, I would call it a plow field, it's plowed at the time, there's certainly no trees. I don't think it would be a difficult thing to do. Again, he and I looked, we would need to pull new ditches for the road, take a roller, compact that particular part, make it clear this road bed, and probably hair up the other one just so it's clear that it's not a road.
How wide is our right of way there?
We don't have a right of way. It's prescriptive easement across this property.
Well, maybe we can
We
acquire.
can get that. He said you could get it right away.
I mean, if it would be a vehicle for us getting an adequate right of way through there.
And it is, the road has a bit of a turn, and also it's kind of sharp, and, so, if that's something we want to entertain doing, we can get back with it.
County is Allen Height, where he lives, is his mama's old home place, Orange House. You go down the road and the road just turn right in front of his house and go right in front of his house. So he had a field out there in front of his house. He gave him the right of way to go across that field and go back instead of turning to the left there in front of his house. The county did that.
So if y'all are familiar with it, without
It's right where it says bold on that.
let's see if we can acquire that right away that gives decent easement through there and fix the problem all the same time.
Call me, call them all.
You good? Beer? Beer's quiet.
Beer don't have anything?
She must not be.
Oh. Yeah, that's the bar.
Thank you.
Steve, anything?
Real small, it'll take 10 seconds.
You done?
No. Stand up first, that might take 10 seconds. Next Wednesday, I'm going to be down at Savannah I&D plant. UPD is holding the director of UPD is holding a stakeholder task force, stakeholder forum regarding additional groundwater withdrawal restrictions in the red zone and the yellow zone. They want to get stakeholder input into some new restrictions that are going to be coming out over the next week. When is this? It's next Wednesday. This Wednesday afternoon.
Well,
I believe it's an invitation event. I've been invited. So just if y'all have any thoughts or concerns regarding solar intrusion or additional groundwater withdrawal restrictions, feel free to communicate them to me. I'm happy to take them.
well, bottom line is, I think this county has worked with them very well. We have spent a lot of money getting surface water here, and they continue to give out 100,000 gallons for water parks and everything else. They don't need to be taking none of our water away. They ought to be giving us more.
I'd be happy to transmit that opinion to them next Wednesday.
Does anybody feels different?
No, that's the truth.
I mean, what are we supposed to say?
Yeah, just cut us by another 20%.
If you have really an idea for how to reduce groundwater withdrawals in the red zone, I'm sure they're open to listen to ideas.
Put a stop sign up at the county city limit.
Tell them we got it.
I mean, closed.
Tell them we got it figured out. We just going up and drill some wells up above 119 and we can solve some of those issues.
Sure, they'd be fine with that.
Well, I hope they are.
It's
because
a lot of money.
That's where we need to be working for.
You go from here to Statesboro, and they got them on both sides of the road going to Statesboro, and then all over everywhere. No restriction. Brand new.
Any other thoughts? Y'all feel free to let me know. Shoot me an email, call me, whatever. I mean, I just wanted to let y'all know I was going to be participating in that.
That's next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday afternoon. So feel free to let me know if you got any other thoughts or concerns. And I'll get up out here. Thank you.
Any other staff besides Todd?
Besides me.
It's like
That way we decide to get up and walk out. We've got everybody else. Wake up, Patrick.
We wanted to discuss a little bit about the delivery of the audit. We got a call Friday before last, finishing up most of the requests that they have. We've worked on that the last week. That's where I was just a few minutes ago trying to finish up a few other requests that they had this evening. It's my understanding that Richard Deal would like to deliver the audit this year, but he will be gone out of town the week of the 17th, which is our regular scheduled meeting. And so we're trying to look at alternatives for that process. We had talked about possibly the 12th, 17th, if the board so wishes, but he will not be here. Or perhaps doing it the following week, because we're going to have a special call meeting for
Just put it off, and we got to have a meeting anyway, like I say, after the 19th.
The only issue that I have a concern on with that is we have to have this thing submitted by the 30th. So if there's any issues on the 19th, the board says, I want to have another meeting. Anything that happens, it's got to happen in those 10 days after that.
We must transmit it.
Now, the other issue about having it sooner rather than the 17th is they're not done. I mean, that's what Dwayne said. KC sent her an email asking for additional stuff. They're still working on this thing. So, you know, we were told the first week in May, quite frankly. It's now the first week in June, and we don't have it. So
somebody else can present it.
I have no problem with that. That is my opinion also. If he can't be here, I'm sorry. Unless this board wants to do it before the 17th.
Right.
And that's something
we waited all this extra time. So
Earlier is okay, later is not.
The only thing I'll say, it would require an extra meeting of this board, but if you wanted to meet on the 12th for the sole purpose of that, he could come and present it, and then if there is any carryover, we know we have that meeting on the 23rd.
And the whole reason, you know, if we wait till the 23rd, it puts staff in a precarious situation as far as ensuring that transmittal and so forth. And so, you know, our thoughts were to poll y'all and see whether or not the 12th would be all right, or whether or not just to go ahead and do it on the 17th.
Can he have it here on the 12th?
My understanding from the last email I got tonight was if I delivered all these things that were in this email tonight, that they felt like that they could. We will have to have their work papers to do what is called the MD&A. I still have to review the financial statements. They are our financial statements. I've done a preliminary review of their trial balances, but not everything. We got the trial balances, I believe, on Saturday.
So he should be able to, in the next 2 weeks, by the next meeting, he should be able to know if he's going to have it ready for that meeting.
Our thinking was to gauge tomorrow, perhaps, what that looks like in finishing up these last few things, and then to perhaps pose a meeting on the 12th. If not the 12th, then certainly the 17th.
So at our next meeting, we'll have more information.
No,
where
next meeting will be the 17th.
Next meeting will be the 17th.
12th would be a
12th will be a call meeting. And my suggestion to them is to say, you will have this ready on the 12th. If not, it will be on the 17th. And I'm sorry, you just won't be able to be here. You know, if you want to be here, you will have it on the 12th.
That would be my direction.
Whatever we need to do,
We don't care. I don't care who presents. I'm thinking.
that'd be fine for me.
I don't either. What I'm saying is if you do it on the 12th, it does require a special call meeting of this board, which will require y'all to be on the 12th, 17th, and 25th.
All I'm saying is I would like to gauge tomorrow, with the permission of the board, exactly where we are. There is still probably 2 days worth of work that staff here must do once we get these documents. And that means closed door, which never happens here, okay?
I just prefer not to wait till the 23rd. I think it's
Exactly.
So to me, it needs to be either the 12th or the 17th.
12th, and if you don't have it ready then, you do it, we'll do it the 17th.
And I wish everybody could be here, but I would push to do it on the 12th.
Yes, sir.
To give them a deadline, because I'm scared they're not making it.
Yes, sir.
And that way, then we've got a little something to push them for the 17th.
I just want this board to understand there is several days worth of work for this office to do.
After you get it.
Exactly. There's about 11 days or about 11 pages that we have to do on the front side of that audit of the MD&A. I will work over the weekend and do whatever we need to do. I'm just saying I will have a better idea tomorrow.
Okay. So is it okay?
12th, if you don't do it, we'll do it on the 17th.
And y'all just work to get it advertised for, to get it
No, it'll
done?
be the only thing on the agenda. It shouldn't take more than an hour, I wasn't thinking it does. We can do the time at y'all's convenience. If it needs to be earlier, later. Because like I say, it's only one item, you know, so
So we're not running the millage on that meeting as well?
no, we don't have that yet. We can't do the millage.
No, we can't do the millage until after 19th because we won't have the Board of Ed's millage, whatever they adopt, then we must adopt after that.
19th of July?
The 19th of June.
Okay.
We must have it, we must have our millage certified and done by August 1st.
So we're proposing a meeting with the auditors for next week, for
Next Thursday, and then we will have a meeting possibly we will have a meeting on the 17th, and then we will have an additional special call meeting to get the millage done. But we don't have any options with the Board of Ed.
We just did away with the first meeting in July.
I'm just not happy with having a special call meeting because he wants to do this and can't be here. There's other people that can.
I know that, but
But we ain't give us a little more time.
But that's only gonna save you, how many days?
Well, that's Thursday to a Monday, yeah.
Yeah,
Whatever that is, just find
She said
Thursday.
she could do it on the 12th, it would help them out because they got a lot of work to do.
Well, what I'm hoping to do is that I will have. We should have done this pushing 2-3 months ago.
We've been pushing. This is.
It's all right with me to have it at 12, 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon is all right with me, it doesn't make any difference.
I will know better tomorrow exactly what we have said. At this point, it don't matter anyway. Just set the meeting whenever you want to. Who can be here, will be here. We felt like
doing any good if I'm not to have a forum.
we felt like
I mean, I make it drive back in, every time, it takes about 2.5 hours to get back.
I'll be, what, we're talking about 12?
on the 12th, more than likely in the
Next
afternoon.
Thursday.
Yes, sir.
As far as I know, I'm good to go. Whatever time y'all want to handle it.
What we will try and do then is ascertain tomorrow exactly where we stand. And if we have everything that we need, then try to make sure that that information is correlated over the weekend. And that we have a finished document first of the week so that we know for sure.
And just call him and tell him, listen, we'll accommodate you to do it on the 12th, but you got to guarantee us you're going to be ready and have it here.
And let me say
And see if that
again,
won't push him to get it done.
I have not looked at everything, so, there has to be some staff time to review this thing. And that's what I'm hoping is that we have it in the next day or two, so that I have over the weekend to review anything and make any, these are our financial statements we are responsible for. Staff must go through that work and ensure that those are correct.
Yeah, that's something staff's going through to be sure the auditor's correct, and the auditor's supposed to be going through being sure that we're correct, so.
They basically are there to make sure that we are free from material error. And it's a requirement by the state. The difference is that they do the audit. The financial statements are our responsibility.
Am I good? Set it for 4 in the afternoon.
Smile with me, up here all day.
Now, do I need to take a vote to do that? Because okay.
So we will try and ascertain and make sure to do it on the 12th, if not the 12th and the 17th.
You got it.
Sure.
You can call a special call.
And the chairman or any 3 commissioners can
Correct.
call a special call.
That's right, you don't need to vote on it.
Yeah, but our time is 5 o'clock.
Not necessarily.
That's only on the regular.
Time.
Gotcha. Keep it straight.
5 o'clock when you
Yes,
guys.
I know.
Yeah.
I'll be here.
Works better for me.
We got an invitation
He said 5 a.m.
Thursday, June the 12th.
Okay. You good?
I'll bring coffee.
I still won't be here.
All right. Toss, I think we're down to you.
Yeah, I will skip a bunch of these in the essence of time. I will point out number 8, on-call plumbing services. We redid that. I said no bids were received. I was incorrect. We got one. So we'll bring that to you. I don't think you're gonna like the price, but we'll bring it to you. The ISO consulting services, that is now on the street. So we'll bring that. I got the first meeting in July. I did it after that, and what we will do since it's canceled, that'll be the end of July. And we'll bring it before y'all. Point out again, Chamber's annual meeting is this Thursday, June 5th. Y'all, for those of y'all have signed up. 79 high school. Binary bus, we continue to work through them, or continue to work through that issue. GIS department is currently working with GIS Inc. and the Coastal Regional CRC, trying to find somebody to host this thing for us, so we'll keep you all updated as we find more. Signs of Westwood Heights will be going up as per our last conversations at the intersection of Melrose and Lord Effingham with Green Drive. Melrose and Greenwood Lord Effingham. The STIP meeting begins off in June 24th at 1 p.m. State Pearl. Grace Lane, y'all may recall, is that little remnant of Old Augusta that's left between Fort Howard and where the dead end is, where we put the cul-de-sac. That was named for a young lady on that road named Grace, who has expressed her gratitude to the board for doing that. And I recently received a call from Ms. Sherhouse, who lives on that road, who says they continue to have issues with semi-trailers pulling down. And I think it's an issue with their GPSs still telling them to turn there, and it causes some issues on the other end. She requested that we would ask if we could put up additional directional signage in the intersection of Grace and Fort Howard, similar to what was done at Fort Howard on Augusta 21. I told her I would ask the board. Y'all may recall GP asked for that when we asked them to purchase the signs. We put them up. However, I don't know that the sheriff can purchase those signs, so it's up to y'all. If you would like to do that or not, it would be one sign that would go in that intersection for directional signage. If y'all are okay with that, we'll proceed before we get that purchase and put in place.
That's the same thing that we did on Ellie Road or whatever.
Yes, sir, same thing. Except instead of just a dead end sign, it's called a directional signage that says middle this way, you know, like we did the others.
I think it
CAT has recently come up with a new operations and maintenance center. They're holding an open house Thursday, June 12th, 4 to 6, and then
we're going to be here, buddy. We're going to be here. That's where I'm going to be.
We're going to reschedule the budget hearing.
I mean, the audit.
Georgia Civic Awareness Program, ACCG, and I don't know the details of this. Apparently, we applied for a grant last year in June, May, March, April, so sometime mid last year. I don't know the details of that grant. Apparently, it was awarded to us. It's for $3,750 for the Civic Affairs Georgia Civic Awareness Program for students. The ACCG did say in a letter, which y'all should have a copy of, that they would like to come publicly present that check to the board so we can schedule a time that's convenient for the board, maybe the 17th of that works, or either in July.
Bring it along, we take money anytime.
It appears to me it's being administered through the extension because it's carbon copy to have. I don't know the details. I need to find out what this is about. But it was done somewhere mid last year. There was an application. You'll see that on the letter. And it's to get students involved and engaged in civics, civic organizations and so forth. That's all.
We just might need to get Abby or somebody over here.
Let me find out what it's about.
I know, but for the presentation.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why I say they're involved, because it was carbon copy to her. I have to get the details of that particular program.
Yeah, we can invite her and find out.
Yeah, and then,
Yeah, she is talking.
then a couple brief things that we need to go over there, if not, probably some. Follow up a couple. Briefly.
You looking for a motion?
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel, property, and pending litigation.
Do I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, we stand so adjourned. Before you, or y'all got the executive session minutes from May 20th. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the executive session minutes from May 20, 2014.
business to come before this board? I'll have a motion to adjourn. Second. Got it.